And we're back for another edition of TCH Live. How you guys doing? It's Thirsty Thursday, Throwdown Thursday, Throwback Thursday. I think it's just Thursday. And we've got our 1-3 Match the Stack game here on TCH Live at Texas Card House in Austin. We're getting players here in the house taking advantage of 50% off their hourlies Monday through Thursday. How you guys doing? Mike Youngblood with you here. As always, on the call, we are getting excited for PLO Madness here this weekend. Pot Limit Omaha game is going to be on Friday and Saturday, and that is going to be 8 hours. 8 hours of Pot Limit Omaha cash game action with Fireman Scott. So here we go. First hand, we already got Ace King with Albert. Got Jonathan. We've got Dandy Don, Kool-Aid Jammer. That's a new one. Gabe. So just a good multi-way pot to get things started here in the cash game session. So we've got a top pair here for Albert, second pair here for Kool-Aid Jammer, bottom pair for both J-Stack and Gabe. Welcome back, J-Stack, to the game. All right, the pot is 72, and the pre-flop raiser Albert. Gonna smash out a bet here. Now, I'm not sure what to think about this. If Jonathan, here with a really short stack in position, just gonna call here with a gutter ball. Pretty expensive card. Albert's going to continue here with a bet of 65. And that's one of the things. Maybe he's got a couple of different bullets back and he's just going to try to short stack here. But when you have really suboptimal draws and you're not really deep in chips, it's generally just considered a mistake to try to take a stab at it. Now, maybe if you have some backdoors, maybe some 3 to like a straight flush, maybe it's not so bad, but probably not the start Jonathan was looking for. But hey, just trying to be a part of the action here on TCH Live. Say hello to the chat crew, our chat experts, the best and the brightest in all the world, and amongst the best at smashing that like button. You guys are the best at it. Let's get Nick from Yuma, as always. V. Say hello to Noah Schwartz. I got a question from Max. We'll answer that. We got V for Vendetta. GDO, Mike, the legend himself. Was making sure there wasn't some other named Mike in the chat. That was Rory. Will take down the pot. All right, so Max Solman. How can I play on stream? So if you want to play on TCH Live, you call our phone number 512-956-7195. Again, 512-956-7195. If you are traveling from outside of the area, give us a heads up and we can see what we can do as far as arranging future games. So we got Mr. Kool-Aid Jammer plowing right through the wall. Oh, yeah! And a pair of aces. Dandy Don. Gonna call here with the Washington Nationals hat on. It's perfect flop for aces. Pot of 112, and that is going to be a check fold here for Don. So one of the commenters, Joe, says, looks like they made masks mandatory. Absolutely. Here in the city of Austin, the mandate and ordinance notice, the law put down here by Mayor Adler saying, hey, any businesses want to operate, everybody's got to be masked. And that's the way it's going to be. I understand it's not ideal, but this thing's starting to get kind of out of control here. And there's one simple measure that we can do just to Slow all this COVID stuff down, guys. I know you're mad at the news. You don't like being told what to do, but I mean, you want to play here at Texas Card House? Get a nice comfy mask. We've got some available for you. Also go to razorclothing.com. My friend Wes Cutshall's clothing brand. I've got a very stylish Razor clothing mask. So here we go. Top pair here for both these players, Albert and Andrew. Could see some fireworks here. As on the ace-king board, we got a bet and a call. Small bet here as... Well, now this is due for a chop. Unless either player pairs their jack or their 10, as they both have aces and sixes with a king. So, I mean, if Andrew really wanted to try to get hyper-aggressive here, yeah, this is such a spot, too, that for a lot of players that love to play that ace-x, and especially when you get positioned, too, that more than likely on some board textures you're chopping. So that, I mean, if you're, say, like ace-5 suited there, like, I mean, that becomes really difficult decision for Albert to call any big bet on the turn and the river. He may do so, but it's just some of those small edges that can help you pick up the pot. CMP debating if I want to watch the stream or head over to TCH Houston. You could do both. You're going to go turn it up on your phone, put some earbuds in, demand that the people over there at TCH Houston put it on one of the TVs. You say Mike Major, you start poking him in the chest and say, TCH Mike said, you got to put on TCH Live. Got a 3-bet here by Andrew, deep stacked. Jonathan going to call here with Jack 8 suited. The 110 behind, calling roughly about a third of the stack. Here to gamble, but not a whole lot to gamble with. He's going to try the old stop and go. And gets insta-called here by Andrew, so he's down to runner, never funner. Doesn't have to show it, but I think he's going to attempt to run it twice. And drawing dead here on that board. See if he has better luck on number 2 there for Jonathan. That will help. Open ender, and we'll miss on the end. Fireman Scott. Of course, Fireman Scott going to be here for 2 days for meetup games. Here for the great game of Pot Limit Omaha, the great 4-card game. Says if Mike Major isn't there, then my boy Josh Billingsley will hook you up at TCH Houston. Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead, subscribe to Fireman Scott's channel. He'll get some content here from this weekend, too, I hope. Some interesting PLO hands. We're going to have 1-2-5 on Friday, and then 5-5 uncapped here on Saturday. And we'll have a TCH local named Levi joining for commentary. I think Scott will do some commentary. We'll try to space it out so my brain is not mush by the time we get to Saturday. I got no right to complain. People actually work real hard jobs, and my job is to make fun of people and, well, I wouldn't say make fun of people, but have fun joking about poker. You know, I got no right to complain. Okay. All right, so we've got Gabe 4-betting here as we had a 3-bet, so we are heads up here between Gabe and Rory, who I don't think have been on TCH Live before, so. And here we go. Set of 5s. Missed here for Gabe. And this may be a pretty quick hand. Let's see what Rory decides to do. I mean, there's no apparent draws in a 4-bet pot here that I think you need to go too crazy. We'll have Ryan here momentarily. So there you go. Gabe is now drawing dead unless he decides he wants to go super aggro. Man, that's exactly what he's going to try. Thinks he might be getting floated. Maybe he's got an opponent with a hand that he can push out, but as we see here, a set of 5s. And he's going to make the push, and that'll shove Gabe out of the hand. So nice hand there for a set of 5s. Here early on in our 1-3 no limit match the stack game here on TCH Live. We're here with Ryan.
Mike,
Ryan,
how's it going?
Can we guys hear? Okay, good.
I hope so. I think I just turned it on. Doing all right?
I'm doing all right. I'm healthy. Trying to take all the necessary precautions. I don't know what that makes me, a scaredy cat or something, or a genius.
I think
hey,
it makes you smart.
Not trying to yell or lecture anybody. I'm just saying that let's just put a mask on and just calm down.
Yeah, and hopefully the players are adjusting well to that. You know, I mean, that's really happened in all of our locations. The cities and counties are requiring masks, and so that's gonna, for as long as they're requiring it, we're gonna follow the rules there, and we're not trying to. Get ourselves in any hot water. And also it's just the right thing to do. So with the spike up here in Texas.
Especially when we're talking about an environment indoors where, I think you can make the argument if you're out in an outdoor patio bar or something like that. Like, I get it. But, like, here in kind of a closed environment, it just seems like the right move to do is just to enforce that level of precaution and embrace it.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, yeah, after this hand, I've got some breaking news that just came up in the last hour or so. You have a breaking news sound effect? We need to get you a soundboard for that.
Okay. All right. So we may have a. Those who in chat might have caught wind of what's happening, but we'll break you on in here as we've got a limp pot 5 different ways. Jack 9, 8, 5. Bunch of junk out here. So got bottom pair and an open ender here for Jonathan, who has reloaded up to 500. And we got Dandy Don here with top 2. Also, Sam P says if it gets to 20 likes in the next 5 minutes, I'll head over to TCH. Come on, pound that like button. Let's get Sam to TCH Houston. Boom. Well, a rough turn card here for top 2 as Jonathan makes his hand. Does not approve Don here in the pot of 108, and kind of surprised he's calling here, but gonna pay it off in case maybe he has a worse 2 pair as flip it over in disappointment. So, all right, sound the alarm, sound the breaking news. Carolyn, do we have a breaking news soundbite? Not yet. Okay, all right.
To get one of those.
Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
Well, unfortunately, it's not great news. Actually, I see Fireman Scott stole a little bit of my thunder in the chat, but ultimately, he was essentially exposed to someone that had COVID-19 earlier this week, and while he is not sick himself, at least not yet,
right,
we've decided to cancel the stream for tomorrow night with Fireman Scott on there. Out of an abundance of caution, he thought it was a good move. We agreed, and so we do plan to hopefully still have the stream on Saturday. He's going to go get tested,
right,
and so obviously we need to give him some time to do that test and get the results in. We will still be doing the PLO free roll tomorrow night, still be having the PLO games running. And we will still be streaming on Saturday, and we're hoping he'll be there, but that will be pending a negative test for COVID-19. So just wanted to let all of our viewers know. Obviously, thank thank Fireman Scott Delaney for letting us know in a timely manner and taking the right precautions. I know it's he obviously enjoys coming out here and playing, but
The
we think
game's
it's the right
always
move.
going to be ready
Yeah.
for when the time's right.
Absolutely.
So we've got second period by Ted, who raised up to $8, as everybody's pretty much missed this flop. But so again, we will have PLO on Saturday only, to be determined, asterisk, pending good results from Fireman Scott.
Well, we're going to have the PLO stream. It's just
okay.
hopefully he's here with us. If not,
Okay,
we'll just run a game. That it'll be open to the public. Obviously, we'll want people to call in and get on that list. Because I believe there were one or two people who were coming from Houston who did test positive, and so those seats, of course, have opened up. They're not going to be able to come play, and so there are some seats open, I believe, for the Saturday PLO game. And so if you are interested in playing, give us a shout, and we're happy to get you on the list.
And I'm sure there's no shortage of players on a Friday night that want to jump into a 1-2-5 game. So, those games will be available, but we won't be streaming. That's right.
Right. We are going to stream Saturday, but we're not going to be streaming Friday. Now, tomorrow night, we do have the PLO free roll. We're kicking that tournament back off. He was doing very well before, the whole shutdown began, and so we're reviving the PLO Friday night free roll tournament. So,
you might see me here for that. That is one. Get a little warm up there, meet the Omaholics out there.
Yeah, no, we're excited about it.
But yeah, that is. It has been the weirdest of times. We say it every day, but it is just sort of like you read a headline or you read the news, and you're just like, this just can't get any more bizarre and hard to understand at some points, but it's just the sign of the times, man.
Yeah, and the key is we just have to be flexible. Look, if he doesn't make it Saturday, we totally understand. We'll do it again in a couple of weeks whenever he's all better, and hopefully, if he does end up testing positive, we wish him a speedy recovery. But as of now, I think it's been several days, and he doesn't have any symptoms of it. So hopefully, we'll wish him well, and hopefully that he gets through it pretty quickly.
We've got a flush draw here for Ted and an open ender here for Jonathan. Yeah, and that's even if you're showing a slight symptoms, even if it's like a slight headache or maybe a runny nose, or I just proceed with caution for the folks out there that, I know you love poker, but it's not worth risking the health of yourself and others if you're not at 100%. Hey, we're going to be open where the games are always going to be good. The games will always be here. So if you're feeling anything, hey, just give it a rest. Get some zinc, get some vitamin C, vitamin D. I'm not a medical doctor, so don't hold me to that. But I was going to have a bet here by Ted. Has been a pretty explosive player and slightly mysterious, as we've not seen his face. All in black, as Jonathan has made the nuts here, the nuts straight, and you're going to get insta-called here as Ted trying to represent a full house here, as had kind of the right idea, figuring that he had a board that he can bully the other player around in, but Sticky John right there to call him. Here with a good call here with the 9 to king straight. So if you guys have any questions here for Ryan as it pertains to TCH and mass mandatory, I don't think this should be any news to anybody around Austin, but it's still.
We're actually doing that at all of our locations now. So the masks are mandatory at all Texas Card House locations. I don't know if it's technically required in all of them yet, but based on the trends we're seeing in Texas right now, we feel like, we pretty. If it's not in place already, it's coming. So.
Yeah, it is, and I'm glad we're taking that precaution, just because we're crossing a dangerous point here. So wash your hands, cover your face, try to be safe out there. So, well, is there any news from Dallas? Because I know that comes up, and it's been kind of the same news as of late, but.
No, absolutely. We actually had over 60 or 70 people. We had about 60 or 70 people apply for different positions out there. So all that interviewing process is going to start next week. We also got word that everything is into the city. We were kind of held up for some permitting issues just because all the I think the city's running at like half capacity with all the COVID stuff going on. So things are about to kick back off from a work standpoint. So we're still looking at about 5 or 6 weeks out, we believe, but things are moving diligently, and we're hoping to. We're really excited about getting open there. Trust me, no one wants that place to open, more than
Probably
me.
more.
It's been 2 or 3 years in the making, and so I'm really ready to get that sucker going.
Yeah, I can imagine that's a little antagonizing at times when it's just like we've been trying to get this, we've been trying to get this, and you run into all sorts of hurdles to
Well, right now
get there that are so beyond your control that
yeah, we're in this huge parking, this huge, strip mall, and there's hundreds of parking spots. And turns out they were like 5 spots short, so they're actually putting in bike racks, like to offset the parking. And so our whole thing is being held up by the fact that the city wants them to put bike racks in to offset parking, so we can get our permit to finish the build out. It's crazy stuff like that that's kind of holding it up, but we're getting there. It's getting pretty close.
yeah, that is. I haven't met too many poker players that bike to a session, but that is, hey, you got to have those options available.
So
I
just
mean,
know that TCH Dallas will feature bike racks outside of the facility.
you got to put that on the website. Amenities, bike racks included. So for all you tough mudders out there, and I'm trying to forget the people that do like, I see them out on the trails all the time. That cross country biking or dirt bike. And it's not like. It has a specific term that I'm completely blanking on, but for those folks, is poker rumor going around Austin as a TCH dealer tested positive. Any truth to that? Maybe they get confused with a fireman guy. I've not heard anything.
That's not true.
Yeah, I've not.
None of
I would know for sure. So.
Yeah, we have not had any dealers test positive. We did have an employee at one of our locations who had not been in for several days test positive, but they didn't get it from the Texas Card House, and they didn't go into the Texas Card House. But no dealers.
And it's tough because we don't really have like the level of contract tracing that we've heard talked about on the lot. So it and I try to be cautious about it as far as, okay, this person from XY place, bar or establishment or anything tested positive. It's like you don't necessarily know if that's where they contracted it. We do have a way to at least be like, okay, this is maybe the general area where they habitate. So. It's there's so many complexities with this that I'm trying to be as like modest as possible about opinions and just repeat at least what some of the talking points and narratives have been.
Jeffrey says none of the dealers are allowed to get tested, therefore none test positive. No, that's not our policy at all.
No. I mean, I've been here.
I think
I've
it's
not
a joke.
Seen I don't think we've really had many people calling sick. So
we had a few at the beginning, and we told them even a sniffle. I mean, just hold off. We had enough staff, to where we didn't need everyone to come in right off the bat, and so we'd also staffed up extra people. So if something happens, we just tell them to stay away. And so far that has not been a major issue for us.
no. And weird, we're like required to wear masks, and we haven't had any problems. Funny how that works. But again, if you have any questions here for Ryan, and again, the Dallas location, this is a frequently asked question. Again, at the Sam Moon Shopping Center is where it's going to be located at Henry Hines Boulevard, and that's still aiming for July, right? Mid-July, late July, as long as.
Actually, it's probably more closer to late July, early August at this stage.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
just because it's a process, especially trying to get the staff. How does is the room like done, or is it still kind of in the final stages?
The shell's all built out. Before we can close up all the walls and stuff, the inspectors have to come out and check all the, all the wiring and the plumbing and all that stuff. So it's all built out, but the finishes aren't on. So if you walk in, you'd see the shape of the room. You can actually see it from the camera we have on the TCH Dallas website, but it's not like all the finishes aren't on the walls yet.
Should be a fantastic place, and I think the folks up there are really excited. We've got a raise up here by Ted. It's been a really explosive, fun player to watch on these streams when we've had him on. So nines versus King Jack. And top two here for Jonathan. Ted lost some chips to Jonathan in an earlier hand. So let's see if he's steaming a little bit. Maybe try to make some of his money back. Because Turn card's not going to be the card that helps him, so gonna go check here on the turn. Kind of a surprise. Wow. Now this is another card that, if say Ted really wanted to try to bluff at, he potentially could. The kings and jacks are good because then he would have aces up and counterfeit his opponent's hand, but just electing to check call, not really understanding where he's at this point. So, all right, and so we've got general manager too. We've got Victor. It came from Rio Grande Valley. What can you tell us about Victor?
Victor's been with us for about a year. He actually started here in Austin.
Yep.
As a dealer. He moved here from the Northeast, where he was running a poker room up there, and
I think it's in like Baltimore or something
yeah,
like that. If I'm not.
yep. And then he became the general manager of our location down in Rio Grande Valley. Helped open that location. He's done a great job, we're very very happy, very impressed with him, and he's actually going to be relocating to Dallas to open that location up. So really sharp guy. We're really excited about him and what he's going to be able to do there, and knows how to run a room, knows how to take care of his players. We're really excited about him. Younger guy. Just couldn't be more impressed with him.
I love Victor when he was here. I think he was about as well liked as anybody on the staff. And what kind of challenge was that for him down at Rio Grande Valley? Because everybody, when a room is operational, you already got policies, procedures, practices put into place. But yeah, it's not an easy task helping start up a room in a new place, and it seems like he's done well there.
Yeah, and I think from he actually, so I primarily led the opening of all the new locations, but having him down at RGV made it much easier. So he has the experience of opening a room already and kind of starting it from scratch. And so this isn't his first rodeo, so to speak, here in Texas, opening up a room. And so I mean, the fact that he's done one, there's not a lot of people in Texas that have opened a Texas poker club, and so. Having his help and having him there, he's actually moving to Dallas next week, and so I'm really excited about that to help out and really help push things along. I think it's going to be really good, and we'll be able to open in a timely manner.
So we've got a top two here for J-Stack. Albert with a pair of fives, not feeling just sticky, but feeling very aggressive as he's going to raise up here to 85. And there comes the shove. And J-Stack was one of the lone Austin players when we had the West Cutshall stream. Been in the chat saying, hey, I want to get back into this. And is going to have a fold. Albert just thought, hey, maybe I could pick up the pot here. Dallas, exciting. We've had a promotion this week, 50% off the hourly, Mondays through Thursdays. Players taking advantage of that as we've got 1-2 no limit tables going. We've got 1-3 no limits, and the
11 8-handed tables. So I don't think we've gotten over 6 or 7 tables running at once here yet. I think maybe with the tournament we had 7 or 8 running, but I think right now we can have around 90 players playing, which is a lot.
Yeah, that would be on the extreme end of what we.
Yeah. I mean, prior to this, we've had nights where we've had 140 people in here, no problem. And so, but we obviously can't go over that. Now we have to accommodate for staff. So I mean, I think we're limited to 10 or 11. I have to ask the GM. He has all those numbers and he's been taking care of that, but it hasn't gotten to the point where it's been an issue yet.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's generally been about an average of 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 tables max. I mean, occasionally you might get a 6 in there, just if there's like a PLO game or a tournament running, but
yeah, I mean, we actually, Brad Owen, we were talking to him, trying to get him to come down earlier this month, and he wasn't able to make it out just because of all the COVID stuff. But we're talking to him now about coming here the second weekend in July, and so one of the factors there was, hey, how many people can we have in the room? Because he tends to bring a crowd, and so it does look like he's going to be here on the 10th or 11th. We actually formally haven't announced that, so I guess I'm announcing it now.
Right.
But yes, so Brad Owen will be making his way down here, and we'll be doing a stream then as well. Obviously, we'll be opening up a list for that pretty soon.
We've gotten over 1 million requests for Brett. No, I'm joking. But, we've got a top pair here for both Albert and J-Stack, and it's Jonathan check raising here with second pair. Albert with about 418 left is for sure not going to fold the flop bets. All right, heads up. Now, Jonathan does turn a flush draw. Gives a little bit more to barrel with, but he ain't going to leave the turn here for 100. into a pot of about one. No, it was about 95. Into a pot of about it was about 175 or so. Elmer, not dismayed, is gonna need a nine or a heart or a king, and will not get there. As
You notice I stay quiet during these hands. I don't want people to realize just how little I know about poker.
yeah.
So I'll let you commentate during the hands.
Well, you know what the hand values are.
No, of course. I mean, I play fairly regularly. I just, I don't think I'm at the level where I'm going to be commentating on other people's play.
Yeah. It's a precarious spot too, just because not a lot of people had seen me play, so they're just like, "What gives you the right to?" And it's like I used to play, you know, more full time and that kind of thing. So then, kind of once I got back here in the TCH, picked up the poker bug again, and the rest is history. As kind of flip it up, as you'll see Albert getting some chips sent his way. So, I mean, if you are a beginning player too, especially to Platinum in Omaha, that Friday PLO free roll, it's 1K guaranteed prize pool, $20 rebuys, add-ons, the whole 9 yards. They're very fun tournaments to play, especially especially if those you're like, I'm interested, but I don't really know. Like, this is a great opportunity to come out on Friday.
Yeah, PLO. I mean, it's a lot different. So people that want to make maybe dabble into it a little bit, it's a good way to expose them to it without having to put a lot of money on the table.
It's 1-3.
It's kind of like me when we started doing Big O. Big O. I'll tell you that game
Bart
is
tried to
addictive, man.
the game.
I was learning. So Bart likes to play Big O a lot. Bart Hansen, and he was helping kind of push the Big O games here. So I was jumping in and playing with him, and I'll tell you what. It is. I mean, there's just so many with the high-low. It's just so tough to. I mean, coming from someone who just plays Hold'em, it's a pretty big leap. And so it's.
I was really lucky that's what I played a lot of early. So split pots, like you just got to get your mind acclimated to understanding like what your hand values are, and it's if you're getting introduced to it, it seems really daunting at the start because it's not just second nature to you. Like, okay, I got second nut flush draw, I got backdoor nut low draw, I got third nut. There's a lot happening at once, and then you're trying to piece together what your opponents might have.
And then they do the split bomb pots where it's the absolute high and absolute low.
Split bomb pots for Big Coach.
Well, they do the absolute high and absolute low, and so you're trying to you may have the nuts on one board, but it could lose to the other board. So you're like, oh shoot, and so.
Always good action here at Texas Card House. It's all right. We've got 5 of diamonds. Jonathan has got like third player, but Ted's going to try to go here for the bluff on the end. I think players are going to figure out I probably don't want to try to bluff this guy. As we'll pick on up the pot, but pretty good action here for 1-3s. I know Friday is kind of our showcase game, our big game, Monday game, and we've seen steadily like the 1-3 action really pick up well. It seems like there's been a pretty big demand for players to get in the games too.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we didn't have any. We got rid of it used to be $20 to you pay to get on the table, and so we took that fee off to entice people to come in and play with all the COVID stuff, or people to come play on the stream. And what happened was with no fee on it, we'd have tons of people sign up and no one would show. And so what happened was we made it to you put a $20 deposit. Yeah. So now people don't sign because if you don't show up, you sign up and don't show up, you lose your $20. And all of a sudden everyone shows up, and so we haven't had that problem anymore. So the problem was we were having that night. Bart came and commented. We only had 6 people. It was 6-handed almost the whole night. I mean, and it wasn't because we made it 6-handed. It was because no one came and played. We had like 12 or 13 on the list, and no one showed. And so it made it very challenging. So finally we put the deposit back on there, and that actually has made it much smoother process.
And again, if you want to get on the list for these games, our phone number, it's on our website, TexasCardHouse.com, 512-956-7195. I talked to the front desk, and we've had folks, and I get DMs from people all the time. Hey, I love the show. Like, hey, I want to come play on. And it's like, yeah, I mean, talk to the front desk as to be like, hey, I'm coming in from Los Angeles. I'm coming in from X. So like, I can't promise you anything, but at least we can try our best to try to accommodate anybody on future trips.
Yeah, if someone's coming from out of town, usually they'll refer them to me, and I'll make sure they get on the list so they don't get left out. Usually we say, hey, try to let us know at least a week or at least 2 weeks in advance because we open the list up to the public 1 week out.
Hmm.
So once that happens, I mean, obviously it would really tick people off if we bumped them down to put someone else on it. But if you let us know more than a week out, we can get you on there, and we'll make sure you have a spot if you're coming in from out of town. Absolutely.
Yeah. I had one dude that came in from Washington. He was not bothered at all because he was on another table and had a huge stack of chips. So you know what, that stream's not a big deal. Come on down here to TCH to come make some money. So.
Yeah, and I see a question from Leon Coward saying, Ryan, will TCH Houston ever get a live stream? Well, to be honest, before the COVID-19 stuff hit, Houston, the business there was really picking up, and we were having discussions about, installing TCH Live in Houston. So the plan is, when it makes,
Yeah.
makes sense financially, yes, we will do that. As you know, there's a lot of competition in the Houston market. And Mike Major has done a fantastic job of really growing that club over there, and he's doing a really good job. And so I think for us, it was just making sure that we were able to get a foothold and have the player base that wanted to do it. And so we do expect to have TCH Live in Houston at some point. Yes.
Exciting. Just put on your mask so we can get done with this COVID thing and we can get to it here, guys. We've got there's a 3-bet pot here between a couple of ace jacks and a pair of tens. Is J Stack gonna see bet here with about less than 450 behind? Ted here with the overpair probably gonna pop it up, and he will up to 175. As that will likely be it with this hand, I assume. As some of the folks saying they don't get out. I mean, like, really, for me, Ryan, like, my habits are, like, I go outside with my dog, I come here to work, I hang out with, like, maybe Apron, but this having to stay home stuff, it was not, like, a huge change in lifestyle for me. I imagine it was for some others, but.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of work from home, but I like to come up and visit. I was spending a lot of time in the club, primarily due to TCH Live. When we were first setting it up, I mean, it took months to get this thing figured out, just all the crap that goes into it.
People, I try to tell people this all the time. They're like, I hear of stuff from other rooms, and I'm like, you guys have no idea how difficult it is.
Oh.
A, to set up, B, to maintain, C, to staff, and to make it a good product overall. And many have tried, and I feel very lucky that all of this has come together to the point that it's like, yeah, this maybe inspires other people to try to take a shot at it. But
it's not easy. And I'll tell you, the problem is it's just so expensive to do, and let's just be honest, I mean, it's more of a marketing expense because we don't really make a lot of. I mean, it's great for marketing. It gets the word out there, and people come in, but it's not like we're not making tens of thousands of dollars off of our.
Like, it's just like our sponsorship money came in. Dell's check cashed. Like it's.
I mean, I don't know how Live at the Bike does, like from a revenue stream, like on YouTube. But maybe if we ever grew to be that size, it's possible it would be, it would pay for itself. But from the numbers we've seen, it's not even close. And so we just enjoy it. I mean, it's fun to get out there. It kind of builds the brand, and people like it. Our players enjoy it. It's for fun, right? I mean, it's kind of a way for us to kind of, give back a little bit.
It's helped us put on the map the point that. I mean, like I said, we got people from all over the country and all over the world and then it's helped people have been like, well, hey, I would love to travel to Austin and realize I can actually play poker here too. So
yeah, absolutely.
Some uneventful hands. If it's a pretty decent one here, as 5 players north of about 1,000. Yeah, I am just kind of surprised the amount of like DM conversations I get or messages of just TCH Live related or from the poker community. It's been really fantastic, and people are really enthused about it. And I was not sure what exactly to expect when we started this. That before we had like 100 viewers. Like 100 like we got 100 subscribers, and now it's like, come on, let's make this bigger. How big can we make this? And so I appreciate all of you that have been a part of this. Make sure to subscribe. As always, hit the like button. for your Uncle Mikey, as we've got about 5 players. I should mention this also helps if you have a Carolyn on staff. That helps a lot. Like you need to have somebody that knows what the heck they're doing and dedicated to the cause. You can't go into this halfway. Like it is, you got to be all in or not.
No, I know, and the great thing is Carolyn now, she comes up here, she sets the whole dang thing up. Like I don't even have to come in to start the stream anymore. She's truly a jack of all trades, and so that's been a huge help to us. Of course, we'll reward her by giving her tomorrow night off.
Yeah. Another day off. And we are four-handed. One open ender and flush draw miss.
Yeah, and one thing, obviously we'll give a congrats to Tim and Carolyn,
Yeah.
who recently just had their first little one, little baby. So Carolyn, obviously, just a couple weeks out from having her babies, up here action tracking for us. So obviously, I think everyone that enjoys the stream owes her a big round of applause just for that. It's been a huge help to us, and very helpful. So
we got Rory on a stone cold bluff here on the river, gonna raise up and gonna pick up the pot. Caroline, has Tim had the baby heater yet? I've always heard about this with poker players that as soon as they have a baby, they just go on a massive heater.
I don't want to jinx it.
Okay, all right. So it's Timmy, one of our floor managers, beloved employee. Very well liked guy here. But as a nice raise on the end, we'll pick up the pot. Lots of moves happening here on TCH Live as we see our pre-flop raise percentage. Again, some of these players we've seen before, a few faces that I've seen in the room, but not necessarily on the stream. And better off Ted, going to raise up here to 12. Caitlin Black saying Jonathan's littlest fans are watching, cheering him on. That's kind of the cool element, too, is that, family members and that don't know, like, why does mom or dad go, what are they doing? Why are they at the card room? Well, this is what they're doing. They have an opportunity to cheer along. Set of fives here for Don. Don's going to bet 35. Ted is going to float him here as thinks he may try to pick up the pot. In position as J-Stack also going to float the flop here too. It likes the price, and I don't generally like it to float out of position, but it is one of those circumstances that it's a small enough bet that maybe you could see what he has right there, a free card and a diamond draw. Now five's full here for Dandy Don. Ted's going to be the one to try to barrel at this, and for sure going to get raised here. Don probably thinking he's trying to get a value bet out of somebody with a 7, but as we see with Ted just firing at it with queen high.
All right, man. Well, I'm about to head on out.
Yeah,
just wanted to hop in.
Anything else you want to add? It's yours.
Just give you the update about tomorrow. So we're not going to be having the stream tomorrow. Hopefully, Fireman Scott will be able to make it down on Saturday. We are confirmed for Brad Owen coming into town on June 10th and 11th. So we'll have more details coming out on that soon. Obviously, we'll be wanting to. We'll be streaming one of those 2 nights, and it'll probably be a 5-5 game. We'll want to get a sign-up list going for that as well. So very excited about having him in town. But all in all, just I'm excited to have the club back open. I know the players are excited to be back playing, and I think obviously wearing all the masks is something that's it's a necessary thing that I think right now that's going to hopefully keep this thing from spreading and keep us all from shutting back down. So
and that is our policy. Even if you bring in some kind of card that says I have a medical condition. I mean, that is our policy. Masks are required. So we get Brad Owen potentially July 10th and 11th. Is that right?
Yes, it's a Friday and Saturday.
Okay. Well, there you go, folks. The very famous Brad Owen potentially here at TCH in July 10th or 11th. So, again, that is
Yeah,
something with an asterisk as long as, hey, things don't go awry. But stay on the lookout for that. Subscribe to us on YouTube, on Instagram, tch.atx, and Twitter, tchatx. As far as, hey, you want to get updates on these kind of things? That is the place. As Rory had 3-bet this pot as Ted opened. And went check on the flop and then runner under diamond. So Rory has made the nuts. And a bet of 90. As Rory can name his price here. Not much working out here for Ted in this session. Has not really been able to pick his spots to barrel over the table. I think Rory probably thinking he's up against a player who has a mate straight or a smaller flush. As Ted whips it back in, and we'll pick up the pot there as he shows it to him. But all right.
Yeah, have a good one, man, and hopefully the stream goes well. I'll be watching from my house here in a little bit, so have a good one, and good luck to you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you being here. Filling us up with conversations, news bits again. PLO is only going to be on Saturday as far as the live stream is concerned. I mean, we'll have the PLO free roll, and we'll also have some PLO game spread if you want to come play here at Texas Card House North Austin. But for precautionary measures, just going to have the live stream 5-5 uncapped on Saturday. Eugene Eugene. What's up, Mike? I'll be on Thursday, so knock my play. Well, since you said it specifically, I will I will definitely roast. You guys know me. I'm relentlessly cruel and very judgmental. And my name is Mike Youngblood. Thank you so much for joining us on TCH Live. Click subscribe. Click like. We're up over 8,220 subscribers on our channel. Highlight reels dropping all the time. And to get notifications for that, boom, just hit that subscribe button. Number one way to support the channel is... All right, so we've got some hands here. We got a 3-bet by Gabe in the cutoff. J-Stack calls him in position with Jack-9 suited. And we got calls all the way around, so it's some pretty hands. It's going to hit somebody. As players would say, pick me, pick me, pick me, dealer, as this is going to hit Rory here with a king-high flush draw, top pair for J-Stack, and an open-ender here for Gabe, and maybe backdoor hearts for Kool-Aid Jammer. Gabe is going to be the one that comes out c-betting here. Now if you're J-Stack, you're just under 400. It's going to be $90 to call. Pretty much every turn card that comes out here is one that you're going to hate unless it's, like an off-suited 3 or 4. So this may be a situation he decides he's going to put in the race, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Going to narrow the field down. Rory, very deep stack here with about 1,006. There's some backdoor straight outs. Could find himself priced out here. Gabe's got a good draw. He's got overcards. But an effective raise there by J-Stack for the fact that he was able to drive out all the other players from just flatting the bet. And didn't necessarily need to commit his stack to, but is going to hope this doesn't backfire for him as, again, a couple of the 10s are out, a couple of the 7s are out, and the queens are out as Gabe, with not as many outs as he may perceive that he has. And going to shove here, Mr. J Stack, as I'm going to get the fold. Is very well done there, sir. If you want to leave us a line here in the chat, leave us a comment here if you're watching on the archived. Certainly appreciate hearing from y'all. Noah Schwartz says, hey, Mike. Hopefully it has a question. Maybe he just wants to say hey. Some of our chat crew here. I feel like I'm missing some people here. Like, where's Think Blue Poker? Where's Kind Buds? Where's the Cult of Cutshell crew? Nick from Yuma's got to get on the horn with these people and say, hey, where are you guys? Jay Fran Man says, how can we be watching on the archived? Well, after the broadcast is done, some people actually watch after the fact. So say it's Friday, and you're like, hey, I'm watching this replay of TCH Live. Like, that's what I mean. So if you're watching this after the fact, if you're not one of our live viewers, I can't believe I had to distinguish that, but it is 2020. And a double gutter here for Rory as, well, I don't know if that's necessarily a double gutter. A pair and a straight draw, still the best hand for Ted. As he'll flip in a bet. Mystery Ted, here with a bet of 30. Rory is going to take it down here with a bet. So again, tomorrow, no PLO stream. They will have PLO games. We will have the PLO free roll. But the pot limit Omaha stream, we still will run for Saturday. We hope to have Fireman Scott there. He's double checking himself to make sure how the COVID test turns out. So we're hoping for good results. So we got a raise up here by Albert, the cutoff here with some deuces. So we're going to go three ways here to a flop as three of a kind kings here for Jonathan. Nobody else with much of anything. Albert may try to take a bet at this just for the holy heck of it. Not going to check back here as we go to the turn. Jonathan checks back twice, so laying the trap out there, but and going to rope him along here. Only calling. And a 4, so. And a little baby lead here as bet about a 40. An unusual line to take on this. I mean, if you really felt like your opponent was value betting, say like an ace on the turn. But it's, I guess, size relative to the pot, it is about a half size pot bet. But either way, not going to get called. That's what I say. To the folks that comment here, I mean, players do review this at times. They may go back and watch the hands. They may click that live chat tab. So you could say what you like, but also just mind that some of these players might actually see it. Some of their families might actually see it. So Caitlin saying, trust me, I've been watching him play for years, and I've seen some pretty stupid bets. So poking a little fun here at Jonathan. So Albert, who's been appearing on these streams quite a bit, going to call here for 20. Jonathan here with a king jack out of the small blind offsuit as Kool-Aid Jammer was the first to open as we go 4 ways to the flop. As top pair here for Albert, bottom pair for Ted. And it's Kool-Aid Jammer going to try to bet. Ted's going to call, Albert's going to call. Jonathan really has no draw to this, and he's going to step out. So off to the turn here with 3 players. And now top pair here for Kool-Aid Jammer. Bet of 100. Not the card I think Albert wanted to see here in this spot. He will wisely give it up. And same for Ted. I think it's an easy story to buy when you've got a player that makes a continuation bet that's small on a flat that likely misses, and then all of a sudden you get that overcard and you get a pretty healthy sized bet. So Caitlin Black saying, can players hear Mike? I mean, they can listen here to the archive. I don't think the sound is on. Well, because usually we will play on one of the TVs that's next to the table. So they may see it. I don't think they necessarily hear it. But I mean, they listen, and it's why I don't try to give people too much of a hard time. And I don't think Bart doesn't either. Like anything that generally is maybe like a criticism is generally in line with like, hey, maybe this was not the line to take. I understand maybe why a player would have done X, Y, or Z from their position because you're not always privy to knowing what your opponents have, and that's what makes poker an imperfect game. But it becomes a pretty perfect game when you pick up aces on the button and a player has raised in front. Andrew had opened here with jacks and then gets 3-bet. Now here comes the 4-bet. Here by Andrew. Jonathan shoves. So a huge 5-bet all in. So you kind of understand why Andrew maybe would take this line. There's plenty of weak hands that could try to 3-bet him or 4-bet him. Well, I guess yeah. There's a fairly open wide range of hands that can 3-bet him here on the button that you put in the 4th bet just to try to get that information, and then once the player just insta shoves, like it's just almost always aces or kings in that spot. So yeah, maybe Jonathan slows down a little bit. He might extract more, but We don't know what the flop would have been, but a pretty good line. Oh, no worries, Noah. Nice guy. 07 Bart calls out nits if you heard him last week. Well, I don't think it's like in so much in jest. Like, I don't think it's like a personal attack on anybody. Whereas, like, I don't want to be that like anti-woke culture or that kind of stuff. But and I'm kind of privy to this too, just because sometimes you'll read something or hear something, and it's just like, oh, that one person, why did they have to say such things? So I would be hypocritical if to say like I didn't react if maybe I perceived something wrong or some guy starts. And it's usually a dude. It's never usually a lady that decides to comment on YouTube videos with utter nonsense. Women have more important things to do. But I always try to be as kind as I can be, as understanding and analytical to be like, okay, this player in this spot might be feeling this, might have seen this and decided to act on this. And I've done plenty of stupid things in poker, so I'm not going to be too overly critical, but I think it's certainly fine to comment on a line on a hand or suggest maybe you could have played this better. Yeah, we are not in the business of personal attacks here on TCH Live. And a raise up here by Ted was checked all the way through the flop. Andrew trying to take a stab at it. Ted maybe finding a way to get calibrated into the game because zagging when he should be zigging, zigging when he should be zagging. Nick had some pretty fair amount of success in the last couple of cash games. As Cacturab Noob 100 said, how long is delay? About 15 minutes or so. 15, 20 minutes tends to be how much we operate on. And we've got a $15 straddle. Well, yeah, the $15 straddle, and Kool-Aid Jammer's got ace king again. And this is a relatively small raise compared to a $15 straddle. And I think fortunately for Kool-Aid Jammer, he's got somebody who's going to be able to help pump up the pot for him as he'll 3-bet up to 125. We should go heads up here, as I would be shocked if he folded. And what? Yeah, I guess out of position, maybe you can fold that, but for me, my name is Kool-Aid Jammer, and I've got ace king. I am staying true to my name. Oh, yeah. Guys, I could use some cheering up. It's been kind of a tough week. Been a lot on my mind. And kind of disappointed with myself because I've not been able to come up with a new way to suggest how to smash that like button. So if you can just go ahead and hit that for me, that would really bring up my spirits. I can't think of any more. I think I've exhausted all of my bits. Pulverize the like button. Tap it. Hit it. Give the like button some love. 6-3 suited, 8-6, and Jack 7 of hearts, 3 ways here to a flop is bottom pair for both J Stack and Ted. Now a 3 of a kind here for Rory. So pretty much an immortal lock on this, and it's Ted the aggressor coming out with a bet and a quick call here by Rory as J Stack will get on. He's got a nice Screech Power shirt on. And a bet of 125. Oh, here comes Ted with a raise, though. He pops it up here to 400. Insta check raise. Rory's going to flip up his hand. Oh, no. Rory's going to flip up his hand and call here with 3 of a kind sevens. Is another misstep here for Ted. It's just not running quite as fantastically as he would like in this session. So J Stack, as you saw off the left of the screen, in the Screech Powers. My freshman year of college here at the University of Northern Iowa was 2004, and they brought Mr. Belding, the guy that played the actor Mr. Belding, was doing like campus tours, because like that was still relevant to college age kids, because it was kind of the show that was stood the time of the 90s. And I got like a crazy. I'm still trying to find this picture of where like I got an actual. Maybe I have to scan it, but I had to get like a disposable camera, and I got my picture with Mr. Belding. It was like one of the coolest things I had ever done. He did like a Q&A kind of session, and I think he maybe gained like 100 pounds from his acting days. Pretty nice guy. I'm just Googling to make sure Mr. Belding wasn't canceled. Did Mr. Belding have bad tweets? Or you never know. Sometimes you then bring up obscure celebrities. You forgot they did something. Dennis Haskins, I don't think he's done anything. Did Dennis Haskins ever have a career besides? Is he still making that Saved by the Bell residual money? I'm not sure. All right, 4 ways here as we got top pair for J Stack, and the big card here for Ted is turn to straight flush and straight flush draw. Which you can make here with an 8 of diamonds. And J Stack betting his top pair is about the 2/3 size pot bet into 4 players. All of them have a piece of it, including Albert, who's got second pair. Now, does Ted want to raise here to try to get some money in the pot? Or, yep, he's going to just call here in position to see what the river brings. Boom! Straight there for Ted. J Stack going to try to go for value, but Jack 10 might not be an immediate hand that pops into his mind as any kind of opposing hand ranges he might be up against. This is a really tough call for Albert to make, but I think the flop check is provoking him to try to call, and he's going to get lured in, and that's going to give the opportunity for Ted to raise up and get some more value here with the nut straight. Because if you're J-stacking this spot and you see two opponents to your left, you're thinking, okay, maybe he's either got a 9, a king, or maybe a flush draw. Then the queen may not stand out here at this point in time as a card that really hurts his range, but Ted has been a bit wild, been a bit of a loose cannon. He literally just tried to check raise the river on the hand prior, so he might get a look up here by J-stack. I wonder if Albert's going to think the same thing here, but he's seen Ted make some very aggressive moves. Yeah, he's going to be in the tank here as all of these players have seen Ted make wild moves. Whereas I think this is normally a snap fold to a lot of different other players. Albert's still giving it some thought that maybe this may be a bluff, but we see Ted's made a real one. And he's going to call and we'll get Ted paid as wild and crazy Ted on the roller coaster here, and it's gotten some big stacks here on the table for 1-3 match the big stack night. Rory's sitting there with about 2,500. Something just to pay attention to here as the night goes on. As well, let's get into that point of the show here tonight. Where are you guys watching from? Leave us a line here in the chat or the comment section. I know Nick from Yuma is watching from my basement. He's doing a really good job keeping the noise down, so he's being a really good roommate, so nothing but TCH live streaming on a projector 24 hours a day. Got his eyes taped open. It's like the Manchurian Candidate. He's here in every chat. Just hears my voice. Welcome to TCH Live. And it just starts foaming at the mouth. What's that voice again? Sam P. Corona Town, formerly known as Houston. Did they change that already? Houston has been canceled. So you got to raise up here by Rory up to 20. Here with the king, 6 suited. East side, baby. East side, Austin. Gia watching 8 minutes away in Cedar Park. All right, so we're 5 ways here to flop between King Jack, Queen 10, King High suited. King 6 suited is gutter ball here for Andy, for Andrew. Sergio from Bay Area, California. Albert and Rory going to connect here with their kings. What was that commercial with Sergio? Isn't that like is that like Dos Equis? No, it was a Smirnoff. It was a Smirnoff ad. You know Sergio? Both Albert and Rory here heads up, and it is Rory that's made. King's up on the end. Gonna put in the raise and probably gonna get a call here from Albert as Franklin watching from New Mexico. It's Rory raising, and Albert's gonna shove. Oh, Rory looks pretty confused here. It's like, could my opponent really have 10-7 or King 9, King 8? Man, he's gonna make the call, and his hand is way good. As tough session here for Albert. It has been kind of a wild and crazy one across the board, actually, as I don't know if players have been getting shamed for not bluffing enough, but we brought it up a little bit that it's been kind of conservative. People not really trying to go too far out of line. And say this game's been kind of the opposite. There's been a fair amount of give and take around. Brandon out in Tacoma, Florida. Chi-Town watching from L.A. or Hell A, as Bill Hicks used to call it. Well, we had the awesome JD dealing, and now we got Matt coming on in as deck change. And looks like we will get a rebuy here from Albert as well. Well, anything going on in the world of poker? Any like legitimate poker news? This is always kind of like, where's the gossip? Where's the juicy headlines? Where's the somebody freaking out at a table? I haven't looked hard enough, but there's got to be some video of somebody punching the plexiglass somewhere after a bad beat. If somebody can link me to that, you would be like my hero, but because that was the joke that was coming out once the plexiglass was coming out. I think in Vegas was like, well, how in the world are the players going to be able to throw their cards at the dealer this way? Ridiculous. No, I kid, but well, small $10 raise by the Kool-Aid Jammer and a 3-bet by Honest Gabe. Here with a pair of jacks. And just going to go ahead and take it down pre-flops. Mancaner, midnight. I thought Texas is on lockdown. Well, I mean, we reopened early. Technically, I mean, increasing the capacities. Oh, a couple of weeks ago, it was kind of a, I don't, there's Governor Abbott's been under a lot of pushback. It's not an easy situation to navigate because, so I think he's kind of put in one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't, but it's tough to not feel disappointed no matter what your party affiliation is or where you're at on the spectrum. There's something there to disappoint you, and I don't know. It's just that's why I will never have one of those positions, because that is some really tough decisions that have to go into that. So cases in Texas rising, but I don't know enough about the demographics and who's being hit and the occupancies and how it relates to more. I mean, I've read some really, really good discussions on it, and I think there's some people that can articulate it way, way better than I can. But yeah, this is about our V's at 5th or 6th week of live stream. So checked all the way around here as nobody's made a pair, nobody really has a draw. So Jonathan will go ahead. And that pot will go without showdown. Yeah, I mean, I think this was sort of inevitable as, when we have the protests, and I'm not saying that's directly caused to it, but it's, you have large gatherings of people and then disperse back into society. It's, normally that's fine, but we're in a bit of unprecedented times that could play a part of it, that might play a part of it. But, hey, players wearing masks, and that seems to be the bare minimum we can do to try to keep things in check. I mean, it's the bare minimum. I'm just so exhausted of having mass discussions. Nobody's really raised a fuss for many of the times that I've worked here, but it's exasperating. So if you've been having online arguments with strangers, just give yourself a pat on the back for not going crazy, because it's a good way to drive down your mental health. So we've got Jonathan betting 15 as the Kool-Aid jammer here with a set of sixes. And just going to min raise back. Jonathan's going to float here as he is going to need running spades or a run out here on the board to chop, and that card is not going to do it. Bet at 30, and now Jonathan's going to try to make a move on this representing the ace, but does not know he's drawing completely dead. Normally this might be like a good raise in the spot if you've got an opponent that's just sitting there with a 6 or an 8 or maybe an overpair, but Kool-Aid Jammer is going to stay true to his name. There's a shout out there to Think Blue Poker. Been putting out new vlogs. Let's search Think Blue Poker. So the Battle of Lake Elsinore poker vlog. Go ahead and subscribe. Hey, don't not just like our channel. Go ahead to his. Me and Think Blue Poker have dogs that look alike. So that kind of rowdy mix. It's very, very adorbs. This J Stack and a limp here. Here with an ace jack suited, a bit unconventional, but Albert deciding, well, if we're going to play for a price of $50. And as he raises up here with some kings, and he's going to get action. I'm shocked, but he's getting action here as now if you're J-Stack, you limped. I mean, you're pretty reasonable to call here, so here we go. 4 ways to a flop as Albert, the pre-flop raiser here with kings. And right in the window there, a king. Rory's the only one with a diamond in his hand, but an 8 of diamonds, so don't expect that he's going to be too antsy to continue. And Albert just going to go ahead and open shove into this. Says, all right, somebody's got a diamond, you're just going to go ahead and call me, but might be steaming a little bit too. And J-Stack, I'm trying to figure out if he's live here or if he's up against the random ace that potentially he could beat. But wise to lay it down as he shows the ace of spade. Yeah, he looks like he's in fold mode, so good lay down there, J-Stack. Say hello to Kind Bud, says hi, Dad. Hello, son. It's good to be reacquainted as always. Please be safe. I know you got to make a check so you can eat, but you're brave as F right now. I mean, I'm commenting on poker. I'm dealing some. I don't necessarily see it as brave as much as. Oh boy, yeah, it is. I think it's just kind of you just let the thought go and proceed as normal and be as observant as you can of your health. That if you notice anything that seems a little bit awry to pay attention to, but you know, you just got to do what you got to do. And thankfully, we're in an isolated studio back here at a Texas card house. So I feel like I'm in the safest place to possibly be in here. Get Andrew raising up the double straddle with King Queen. Rory Williams. For any Doctor Who fans. I'll turn it here to the chat. Which one of the Doctors was your favorite? Was it any of the original ones? Or in the reboot, the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th Doctors? And here comes Gabe 3-betting here to 145 out of the under the gun straddle. It was Andrew that decided to raise up, and he's going to go try to put the squeeze on. Does Jonathan want to gamble here on the stream? Does have one player to act behind him, which does make it a little bit trickier as but he's reaching for chips, so I think he's got that itch. He's got that itch to go to a flop. So he's going to get out. Maybe Rory might decide he's deep enough that it's worth a call. So we'll go heads up. Gabe and Rory. Gabe flops a 10 high flush draw. Jonathan would have paired his ace. Gabe has been fairly snug here that I'm not actually itching to get into a pot here with ace-2 soft suit. So Shy Man says no collection in Texas. This is not new for a lot of you, but again, we follow the hourly social card club model here in Texas. Players charged either daily, monthly, or annual membership fee. No chips are taken off the table, and players pay an hourly rate. So it's a fantastic deal generally across the board for poker players. Been gouged by rake and drops and all that kind of stuff. So especially if you're the kind of player that likes to play a ton of hands too, it's exceptional value. So looks like we have a $12 straddle. J-Stack, it looks like, according to the card reader, does have a pair of jacks there in the straddle. Now it's going to be Rory raising up here to 65. So they're in the cutoff. The 9-8 suited, and maybe I misread that here. Well, either way, we're going to get action here from somebody, I think, or else maybe Rory's just going to pick up the pot. Okay, here we go. Yep, so J-Stack does have jacks. He's going to 3-bet here to 155. Just not a huge-ish 3-bet. Back to Rory as priced in a call, so we're going to go heads up to the flop. Jacks versus 9-8 suited. All right, and this top set here for J-Stack, a gutter ball. Here for Rory, potential backdoor heart draw as well. J-Stack with just about 370 left, so I can imagine we could see probably somewhere between 125 to 175 would be. Oh, wow, he really goes down bet here to 80. And Rory's going to shove him in. Oh, no, Rory. Insta called here by J-Stack. I mean, J-Stack's a little deeper. He's obviously not playing that way, but decided maybe there's an opportunity I could just push him out of the pot if he's messing around with ace-king. And J-Stack's going to win them both. Well, this has been a swingy game here as chips flying all over the place. And if you've been enjoying the action, make sure to hit subscribe. Smash that like button. Smash that like button. Can't stop, won't stop. Keep it going, guys. As continue here with our 1-3 match the stack game. We'll count it all out, ship it over to seat 3 and 4. Here's the night on TCH. La 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 live. And those are the hands that went to showdown as Jonathan, Andrew, and Albert have most likely been the ones. Once we've gotten to the river to be there, whole bevy array of statistics and analysis here for y'all. Well, as we keep it moving here tonight. Ted going to raise up here with ace-10 suited. All right, here we go. Top pair here for Gabe and for Ted. Ted's going to bet 36. Gabe had just flatted the raise pre-flop and not going to raise his opponent out of it here yet. He does have the ace of hearts in his hand as well for the backdoor combos. I think Gabe will particularly love this card, but probably feels a little bit safer now, though, here with a check back from Ted. Let's bet the Val. Nope, nope. He's going to try to induce the bet, and Ted's not falling for it. We'll flip it up, ship it over there to C2. If you guys have any questions, by all means, hop on into the chat, say hello, leave us a comment if you're watching the archive. Again, we will not have PLO tomorrow night as far as a live stream. We will have our PLO free roll, and we'll have PLO cash games available here too on Fridays. But Saturday, we're gonna have our Soul 5-5 PLO uncapped. Gonna have Levi from Houston coming over to commentate with me. 8 hours of Pod Limit Omaha 5-5 uncapped. Can you imagine how crazy that game is gonna get, especially if we get deeper, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours into it? Brushing up on my PLO. Had a pretty good cash game session last night. It was good if you can find a soft PLO game. That is, oh boy, it gets your heart pumping, but it's got a raise up here by Ted here with 10-7 suited. Got J Stack out of the small blind, about 1,100 deep, and he might be thinking of putting in a raise here. So he's going to go ahead and 3-bet with Queen Jack suited. Ted's here for the action. He's going to call 10-7 suited as we go heads up. And just top two here for the J stack with the backdoor flush draw. Ted tried to take a stab at it and quickly got check raised all in. So flip it on up. Players will at least see the queen. Oh, Nivark saying shout out from Stormwind City, Eastern Kingdoms. I had to Google that, and that is from the World of Warcraft. I've never played World of Warcraft. When I was a freshman in college, I had this guy. His name was Ryan. Was my roommate, allocated roommate. And like, you know, I'm there for the college experience. Let's go get drunk, do keg stands, you know. Yeah, and this guy was more apt to playing World of Warcraft for about like, I think a good 6 to 10 hours per day. Nothing against it. I think, hey, fantastic. You have fun with this game. I'm going to unsuccessfully try to talk to girls. So that was mostly my freshman year of college. Trying not to appear awkward or weird. Got a $10 straddle here for Jonathan, and now I'll raise up here out of the big blind by Andrew with ace-10 suited. And it's going to be Ted 3-betting here to 160 with a pair of nines. So we're going to go heads up ace-10 suited as Andrew calls. Ted does have position on him, so Andrew will be first to act as it comes out Jack-6 Jack. Good flop for Ted's hand as he will fling in the C-bet. I gotta say, Ted has the most demonstrative ability to fling bets in there. It's kind of a little intimidating, to be honest. So we see our VPIPs, 3 players north of 50% that's voluntarily put their money in the pot that is not a blind. So this is not a nitty game by any stretch. Kind saying I deposited my entire bankroll on Robinhood. I may never play poker again. You're thinking smart there, buddy. Invest in the market. I think Michael Eli was talking about that too, was players who would normally have money to bet on sports or get into a poker room have kind of turned their money towards the markets. Here's a big hand here for Ted as Rory had raced it. $20, a couple of callers. Try to get some players to tag along. He's got at least one player, and we'll get two as Andrew will call the extra 30 as we go three ways. Action, Ted. We're going to get some action here with a big hand as it comes out Queen, Queen, 5. A lot of paired boards here tonight. C-bet here of 150, so roughly a pot-sized bet. Fireman Scott says, I just took a dinner break. Where's Queen of the Felt tonight? Back in Florida. Was visiting us here for a stretch of maybe about a week and a half or so. I think I had an Instagram story today that was at one of the poker rooms in Florida. I'm not sure which one, but you can follow her, Queen of Felt, if you guys didn't get the chance to do so. Raise up here by Dandy Don. Here with the old 9-8 suited, and here comes the 3-bet by Andrew on the button. Don will call here as we go heads up. As well, both players miss. This tends to lead to the player in position. As we'll flip up the ace-king. Bet and fold. All right, Kind Butts, Mike, do you think any games will be played this year if a few players get sick? I think the only thing that would cancel, say, like NBA or MLB is if there becomes a very large percentage. Because I think I mean, you've seen some of the news where, X player tested positive. I mean, there's been a bunch, and this is before teams get back in the facilities and then go into the bubble in Orlando, but there have been a handful of players that have already tested positive, and they're putting them into quarantine. So, I mean, they're fully expecting that that's likely going to happen. And I think the contingency is, once they're in the bubble, is just to keep them isolated, keep testing. And I don't think they'll cancel unless it gets really bad, that it's a healthy percentage or like an entire team. But they're doing it just in the ways of being able to monitor enough that they can get ahead and with as many people as they have in the facility, it may be the best way to do it. So, straight draws for both Jonathan and Andrew. I think the only way you would see games getting canceled is if not only somebody gets sick, but like severely sick. As we got a bet and a call, and both players make an ace. Andrew has the best hand. And gonna insta call with the better ace. Nice hand there for Andrew. But yeah, I think it would take a large number of outbreaks or having those outbreaks be severe in nature to, I think, potentially derail anything. Football, I'm way more skeptical of as far as being able to get through a season without any problems, especially on the college football side of things. I mean, that's going to be the real issue is, okay, you're bringing back all these thousands upon thousands of college kids everywhere. It's not as, secure of an environment, especially when you've got, look at a college program might have 100 players on their roster, and you're cramming those people into locker rooms. You got managers, you've got support staff, you've got tutors, administrative staff, coaches. So it's football just has such a huge number that I think basketball and baseball, I think the numbers can work out enough that you can probably get through without anything really bad happening. But all right, Queen 8, I'm going to answer Thomas's question because that's actually a really good one. All right, top 2 here for Jonathan. Top pair here for J-Stack. J-Stack's going to put in a raise here, a min raise back here to Jonathan, and probably with this board, I expect it's going to be a 3-bet raise. Would be very surprised if J-Stack continues. His best bet is hoping he's up against a combo draw, straight draw, flush draw, and that is about 50-50 at this point. But as we can see, he's well behind. All right, Thomas Shadow says, are masks mandatory now in the game? And are high school football teams starting camps in Texas? First, answer the first question, yes. Masks are mandatory here in Austin. Our high school football teams starting camp. There are teams that have been doing workouts since as of a couple of weeks ago. I've known some of the programs around here because generally summertime becomes 7-on-7. It becomes summer camps. They're just sort of unofficial workouts for some of these dynasty, super mega huge football programs. So Bastrop, which is nearby, had to shut down workouts because they had a few kids test positive. I think it has happened at a couple of other area high schools. So that has kind of caused a ripple effect as to, I know at Lake Travis, they have postponed workouts, I think, into July. And I mean, between them and Westlake, those are the two premier top-of-the-line programs when you talk about Texas high school football. And they have kind of put the brakes on as far as... So, I mean, when it's even tricky for controlling the high schools, it's like I said, you've got 11 people on each side, people ramming into each other, right in each other's faces. Consistently, like there's some risk there for football. College football, we're seeing a little bit of some of the outbreaks as Andrew's going to bet his top pair and take it out, but college football is also dealing with the fact that players, like Texas had this policy that if you were flying from out of state back here to the UT campus, that they wanted the players to isolate for a certain period of time. I believe it was somewhere between 7 to 14 days. So they had like 14 total, I think, positive cases. Texas football, COVID. Some of them were the let me I want to make sure I keep okay. The June 18th headline: 13th University of Texas football players test positive for coronavirus. They are asymptomatic. And that's basically the crux of it. That so here we go. Was had a $12 straddle from J Stack with 9 high and a limper. Jammer is going to turn a flush draw, but I've seen different highlights from different or different news headlines from different from amongst different college programs, just from the workout scene and positive tests. But it's mostly seemingly been asymptomatic when it comes to the younger generation. But you know, the virus could morph. So Loose Gunt says. Lou says, I've been sick for the past 4 days. I got strep, not corona. Ha ha ha, sucks to suck. Yeah, strep throat sucks. I mean, that is. I've not gotten it in a while, but it is the one thing. It's like that and ear infections are the things that I just totally dread as far as sickness. Limp Pod here on TCH Live, 1-3 match the stack. Again, my name is Mike Youngblood here on the call and as the host here of this fine program we all know and love. Carolyn producing. We're getting ready for PLO, hopefully Saturday, 5-5 on Cap with Fireman Scott. Subscribe to Fireman Scott Delaney's vlog. Want to get familiar with his material? Well, a lot of players here in this flop. Let's see if we could find a hand here. So we got an open ender for J Stack, a wheel draw, a min bet of 300. So, and a min raise. These guys know how to put the humor on, and now we got a real bet put in here with Andrew with top pair. There's no more messing around. J Stack gonna call here with the open under. Looking for an ace or a 6. Pairs up as 3. They're gonna go check because Andrew will scoop it up here on the river. Poker Chick says appreciate your balanced commentary strategy. Yeah. I mean, I've always tried to toe that middle line between like, okay, let's step off the poker discussion here for a minute. We can come right back to it if a hand develops. So, Chaz says all this limping hurts me. I don't know, a guy that won that big in the last session could be hurting at all, man. It kind of crushed that game the other night. But yeah, I just find, I mean, I love poker, and I think there's a lot of smart people out there, and I think most, I mean, you may want to tickle your super poker brain and go deep into analysis. But I don't think people are programmed to be able to withstand that for a period of 4 or 5 hours. So, especially if some of the hands aren't really that compelling. So poker's a really great avenue to be able to step away from it for a second and then come right back to a salient point. Got J Stack here with a pair of 5s and a gutter ball, top and bottom here for Rory. Second pair for Dandy Don. 9 here on the turn is bet of 100 here by Rory again with 2 pair. Don here, though, it's just a little bit of a confusing call in the spot. It's not, I mean, he's either bluff catching, but I think after the call behind, his hand shrinks a little bit. So Rory's still with the goods. Board didn't come out too funky that we'll be able to flip it on over the old 6 Dewey. Lou says over 2K in front of you playing 1-3. Well, 1-3 match the stack game is a pretty big game here in Texas. Generally plays more like 5-5 in some other areas. And because you have that match the stack factor, I mean, you could buy in for really short. You could, as the stacks grow, you can play a lot bigger in the game. As we say quite a bit, as it morphs into something much bigger than 1-3 typically here at Texas Card House. It's a good discussion going about the NCAA. Always love that. You thought the NCAA was a punching bag before. Just you wait until this fall when we have enough to be ticked off about. All right, 4 players. And just the nuts here for Ted. Top pair and a straight draw here for Kool-Aid Jammer. A gutter ball here for Don. But a big hand here for Ted and a pot of 36. That's about to get a little bit bigger. And just going to call here. Poker Chick says maybe I should take my poker vacation at TCH instead of Vegas. Absolutely. And you could say hi to me, like I am here. That's the one thing Vegas does not have. Kool-Aid Jammer going to bet again here as he bets 40. Now time here for the raise here by Teddy. Trapping Ted. The min raise back here as the Jammer will call. And a 6, so now Kool-Aid Jammer with 9s and 6s with a king. And this is the spot where Ted's reputation is really going to help him get action and called here. And there you go. Just the winner there as they'll flip it up. Scoop some more chips back to the way of Ted. So thank you to John Rice. Using the super chat feature, donating $2 only because I can't watch live at the bike. Hey, thank you. You can always say that. You can always say I'm not. Even when live at the bike comes back, just go ahead. Tune in here to TCH Live. All the archives available here. We don't charge anything for it. So if you want to watch any of our past streams, highlight reels. And I'm not here to start a fight with Live at the Bike. We're not. The only thing we may compete for is live viewers, but yeah, nobody's decision is ever going to have to be go to the bicycle casino or go to TCH. Like there's room for everybody, but at the same time, I think the one thing that we prided ourselves on is, hey, kind of a small operation. We're local here to Texas. We run streams of games that people generally play. So it's a little bit more relatable formula. So but I appreciate it. And again, if you'd like to take advantage of that, we do have the super chat and super sticker feature. Nick from Yuma, about $490 some dollars. Actually, I think it's a little bit more. The price keeps going up for a special visit from Dude Talking. I'll fly out somewhere, just comment on your day-to-day life. If you're going out to a bar, I'll be your wingman. I'll try to give you advice. Maybe some life coaching as well. Maybe just some simple barbecuing, or if you maybe want to binge a show. That is a super platinum subscriber fee by using the super sticker. I think you have to buy like at least 10 of those $50 super stickers. Airfare not covered, so you may have to cover that too. One day it'll be like me, Nick from Yuma, and Kind Buds all hanging around. Caitlin says, how much for you to go slap Jonathan upside the head right now? I don't know. Can we lay a price on that? It is on camera, so it could be documented for assault. That's assault, brother. It's all right. We go 4 ways to a flop. Oh, just bottom set for Rory. Ted's going to bet 30 into this. Rory's seeing a pretty draw-heavy board out there, deciding he's going to go raise it up. Thanks again here to John Rice. Says keep those comments going, boys. And super sticker, super chat. You got something you want to get on your chest, it's a highlight messages. I mean, within reason, of course. It's cool that Jammer's not been able to get a ton going here in this cash game session. Going to raise up here to 12. We're getting a little splashy here. We're getting a little loosey-goosey. Now let's see, did anybody hit this? Not really. J-Stack has got bottom pair. Andrews best with a pair of fives. And as it gets checked to him, he's going to go ahead and bet. Shout out to Blarg for the World of Warcraft, apparently, deserving a shout out. They want a huge shout out. Now a bet of 80, and J-Stack will give it up. We'll show the fives, not realizing that was actually the best hand. Yes, thank you, John. This is a Blarg-friendly state channel here. This is a safe place for Blarg. I don't know anything about this. I'm trying to Google it to make sure I'm not. But that's nerd speak. No, I kid, of course. We got Andrew with a raise to king, with 25 with kings, and we got a Rory call here out of the small blind. Dangerous flop there for eights for Rory as Andrew's going to at least get 1 street of value for this. Draws a straight to a 6. Going to go check back call here on the turn. Again, it's certainly reasonable for eights to be here in the spot. And that is going to be a payoff card here for Andrew, as almost assuredly going to get called unless Rory can get away from this. Well, he sizes up here with a big bet on the end of 300 as an overbet on the pot of about 279. Rory might lay this one down. To perceive Andrew to be the kind of guy that would barrel here with maybe, say, like ace-7, ace-5, sixes. Is there a pocket pair that he could hold that? Well, say maybe like Andrew even had like fives full. Like his hand's technically better here as a river run out. And he'll show it here as Rory lays it down. Guys talking about services here in the chat that I do not want to get into. If we could change that topic, that would be fantastic. Kind Buds, chat is weird tonight. No chat pros. No one asked if Mike Postle is playing. I was going to say, like, there's been a mention of Postle or two here, but I just feel like we still talk about the same thing every week, every time the subject comes up. Yeah, it didn't work in court. I hope they win. I hope they find a way to go back and get to the truth of it all. Got some limp pots, and I'm probably going to see a raise by Rory. Raising Rory. Going to get called by an identical jack 10, a suited ace 9. So 5 ways here to the flop. Checks all the way around here as we go to the turn. 6 is still the best hand. Plenty of overcards that can come to best. That Ted does have a jack-high flush draw, and he's thinking about betting. Not just thinking about it, he is betting. Bet a 65. Well, some overs on a flush draw here for Ted as Andrew calls with the best hand with a pair of 6s. And boom, 7 on the end. One of the outsits for Ted is Wouldn't be well. Gonna try to go for a value bet here. Let's add the winner. Where should I play in Texas though? Lib Freak City, Austin, Dallas. Just wondering. Yeah, Austin gets this very strange label that in every part of the city is just somebody with rainbow colored hair, spitting bubbles, and I think there's a fair mix of both the ideologies here. Like I think we glorify some of the weirder parts, but it's like keep Austin weird, man. But it's only just like for Instagram photos and the homeless. Like I don't find anything inherently weird as we've gotten a little bit more gentrified here. So it's just like when I hear that, it's like keep Austin weird, man. With somebody who rents like a $2,000 apartment in front of a bar with overpriced drinks in it. Like, come on. Like that's not what the spirit of it. I don't think is as overly liberal as people perceive it to be, but I guess I've not been to the rest of Texas to be able to gauge how that compares to elsewhere. That's not a political opinion. That is just, that is what it is. So, well, we got Jonathan trying to take a stab here with Ace Jack. Kool-Aid Jammer not going anywhere with Queens. Gonna try to gamble here. Gonna need an ace. Pretty big pot pre-flop. See if Jonathan gets lucky here. That's not going to do it. Needs an ace or an ace only, and nine's full of queens here for the Kool-Aid Jammer. Yeah. Thank you to 1984 Kiefer. Is that 1984 Kiefer Sutherland? Time traveling on YouTube to donate $1.99. Straight 512 says the old Austin is gone. Rest in peace. Jose saying Austin is keep Austin weird, but I have kids, so not too weird. Yeah, I think that's about right. John saying biggest problem with Austin is TU. I assume he means University of Texas. Gig 'em. And too deep. NLH says, how are the girls in Austin? I don't know. They seem good, I guess. They're the same place they would be anywhere else. Extremely mad that you asked that question. I always love that. Guys, like, how are the girls there in that city? Like, as if somehow there's a remarkable difference. Girls in Nashville hated me, but they like me in Austin. No. No, I mean, I understand what you mean, though. N2 was. I get that there are cultural differences and different values and that kind of stuff, but I don't. It's not like don't go to Houston. The girls there will bite you. Like it's not. I mean, like anything that's subtle is just sort of. I will say since I moved to Texas, girls are nicer here than when they were in Wisconsin. When I lived in Wisconsin, they're just used to dealing with racist losers that are jacked up in trucks. So like if you're not like I'm going out hunting, like you're not really gonna be seen as like an alpha male type or So it's like I just got to get the hell out of here. This place sucks. I don't know what my point was. Sometimes I rarely do, but here we got people still playing poker here. Speaking of ladies, we've got ladies' night on Fridays here at North Austin and the Texas Card House. 50% off your hourly on Fridays here at TCH. That's every Friday. Try to be somewhat respectful while you're here to the ladies. Our ladies players are great here. Some great personalities. We've had our ladies games. We had our ladies 1-3 cash game. That was a pretty big hit. Hope to do that sometime in the future, but like a lot of things, kind of on hold. Got a raise up here by Ted with ace queen. Kind of a small raise relative to his stack, which is ballooned up to 2,700. And we got Albert has been kind of quiet here for a while. Going to put in the 3-bet. All right, 3 ways. Ace queen, pair of 4s. Boom. Gabe with the best hand here as Albert was the 3-better and not going to see bet here, so this might leave the window open for either Ted or Gabe to take control of the pot. Well, it goes all the way through. We'll see who tries to take a bite at it. Albert's still going to abstain. Seems ripe for Ted territory here. Albert has stumbled over in some spots here and going to call here 50. They both have the same hand, so it's going to go check here on the end. They'll chop it on up. So as we gather the pot again, no Friday PLO stream tomorrow. It's been put on the back burner. We still will have PLO cash games available here at Texas Card House and PLO free roll. The 1K guaranteed prize pool tomorrow. But we will have live streaming 5-5 on Cap PLO Madness, 8-hour streaming poker on Saturday. Cannot wait for that. It should be a fantastic game. Fireman Scott getting himself tested for the COVID just to make sure before he comes on over here to Austin that he's gotten the medical A-OK. got some financial trading talk going here in the chat, so I'm drop in with your stock tips. TCH Live, we're solving the virus, we're solving police brutality, we're solving all the social issues just with our panel of experts. You guys are, as always, the real MVPs. As always, just smashing that like button. We recommend smashing that like button, and we advise you to smash that like button. Put on a mask first, then press it for your safety and ours. Totally do not advocate for maskless like smashing. It's just not safe. Just not safe. Don deciding to rate us up here with 10-3 suited. Well, maybe that's a straddle. No, that is an actual raise. And Jonathan here with the 3-bet min raise here to 20 is pump up the pot a little bit more. Well, a bunch of chunky hands. Jonathan's got a reasonable ace-jack, and Andrew here with the suited 9-5, top flopping top 2. Somewhere Dan Grimes is smiling and laughing hysterically. Andrew's going to bet 35 and quickly get raised here by Andrew as he has no pair, no draw. Just going to float it. An ace or a jack would be a really bad card here for Jonathan. But he's going to try to muscle his way through it as Andrew puts the kibosh to that. He's going to show him the 9-5. I miss when these guys used to do the show one option, and I think they should bring that back. That it was a mandatory show one. It was kind of like a game within a game. That, okay, which card do you show? Which one is kind of funnier? Which one might put your opponent on tilt? You guys have any questions, TCH related or sports related? Culturally related, I don't know. Like you guys have thoughts that go through your brain. At least I think you do. Our audience is relatively smart. J-Stack raising here to 20. Gonna get called in at least 3 spots. All right, so we're gonna go 4 ways here to a flop. As Rory with the mystery hand on the right of your screen in seat 9 is bottom pair for Don. Now 2 pair here for Don, 6 and deuces. Okay. It looks like his cards was actually not correct on this hand. Information that's being relayed to me, Rory has got top pair on the board with an 8 kicker. So yeah, Don's hand was actually not 6 deuce from what I'm being told, but so don't flame him here in the chat. Don's a pretty nice guy. Nonetheless, again here at Texas Card House in North Austin, players enjoying 50% off their hourly Mondays through Thursdays. That will continue into next week too, Monday through Thursday. Both 50% off your hourly. With cash games running from 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. here at Texas Card House in North Austin, Mass are mandatory. I don't care what your fake made-up sign says. No doctor is going to give you a medical condition for wearing a mask being hazardous to your health. That will not be heavy exempt. This is just our policy. We're not trying to be mean. It's just following the law, keeping our players safe, employees safe. But yeah, enjoy 50% off your hourly rate here at Texas Card House. Well, we got sevens, we got sixes, we've got King 10 offsuit. Jonathan on the button and in position and last to act against his. Potentially J-Stack could close the action, or he could just go ahead and 3-bet or raise it up here to 185. And here comes Gabe here with a pair of sixes and too rich for his blood as here we go. Heads up, King 10 versus sevens. Jonathan having kind of a rough and tumble portion of the session, but just happens to flop the nuts here. The nut straight, 9 to king. Gonna go check, check, because turn card comes at 10. See if maybe that check back induces J-Stack to try to take a stab at this, but he ain't falling for it yet. And I'll go with a size up bet here at 225, and that will chase out the action. The little momentum back there the way at Jonathan, getting kind of roasted by his kids and the wife here in the chats. Kind of surprised to see the hand play out like that, but you know, hey, this 1-3 game is usually full of chock full of surprises and out of the ordinary stuff. Kind Bud saying King 10 is overrated. I think it's properly rated. I don't think it's underrated. I definitely think people can overvalue it, but it's just. I think it's about right. I think people who have played enough know it's just. It's a prettier hand than what it is. All right, so we got a whole bunch of hands here. What do we got? 5 of them. Queen 5, Queen here for Kool-Aid Jammer and Rory, both flopping trip queens. So Rory has been checked here. Decide to go ahead and bet his hand before anything crazy peels off on the turn with 4 players on the table. Bet a 60, call a 60 here for the Kool-Aid Jammer, who's got about 542 back. Seven here on the turn, so Rory's still way good here. Not quite. Well, wow. Gonna check back here, so Deuce on the end. I expect it's probably going to be a bet by Jammer, raised by Rory. And then who knows? It's a bet of 150, and Rory just going to play it safe and smooth call on the end. On the off chance. Yeah, I was really surprised that he just checked back the turn there. He may have been able to get a little bit more out. But that is the game. So, all right. But Nick from you asking, what are the limits for PLO this weekend? I know for the meetup styles, like it's going to generally tend between 125 and 5.5 on capped. In Too Deep in LA had asked, what is the biggest game going? Biggest daily game they had at TCH? When before the shutdown, I think you could get a 5.5 game going. After the shutdown, it's been largely 1.3. I can't recall if we've had many 5.5 games since the more bigger stakes crowd has not been too eager to jump back. I mean, the 5.5 games we've generally had have been on the stream, so. And one, as you see right here, this is a good representation of what our 1.3 game tends to look like here at TCH. It's a lot of action. Players can get in pretty deep. And if you're just coming to the room and you're looking for a big game, like this is one you can get into, and there's almost always somebody sitting on the table with a healthy amount of chips. In Too Deep in LA, are you German, bud? No, I mean, like, my Youngblood is definitely a German name, but it was, my family immigrated, I think, in like the 1900s, so I am not really connected to Germany in any way, but that's the family history, I guess. Top pair here for Gabe. Set here for Jonathan. Ted here with some overs, thinking about floating. Jonathan just going to call here. As great shape against Gabe, but Gabe does not strike me as a player that's going to give up his chips too easily. 5 does not improve his hand, so Jonathan. Now a mortal lock on this. And he's going to bump this up, so we'll raise it to 175. We got a king here on the end as Gabe called the almost min raise. Gonna check here on the river. All right, Jonathan, you got a bet here. How much you going for? Pot of 494, a stack of 494. I would say probably 250 is probably what he's going to do. I would maybe make it that 175 that he just did on the turn. Oh, but there you go, just about. And a call here of 160. Jonathan will extract her with a set. Kind of tough for Gabe to get away from that. Kind Buds and Nick from Yuma. Actually, said, Mike, rent us out your spare bedroom. Nick from Yuma, can I crash in Duncan's bed? Boy, you got to be really small to fit in that crate. But you guys can watch TCH live together. That's what he's doing right now as we speak. My dog loves this show because it's just me rambling on and on for 4 hours. It helps me go to sleep. If you guys seriously did come to Austin, though, I would probably honestly consider it for your loyalty to the brand. I would at least let you maybe come over. I don't know if I'd let you sleep, but I mean, not that Nick from Yuma isn't already locked in my basement as it is. He's stuck down there, and the lotion goes on the skin, or else he gets the hose again. We've got Rory raising up here with Queen 10 suited. Jonathan will not play the King 8 offsuit. Does right, top pair here for the Kool-Aid Jammer. Nothing here for Rory. Pretty much over and out there. As what, do you guys want hard-hitting analysis on why Queen 10 could maybe continue there? Maybe just check raise. I mean, like, this is the point I try to make is I get a comment every once in a while. So why don't you talk more about poker? I said, you talk about what just happened there. It's very, very basic. So you can't always create interesting dialogue out of something when it happens in a poker cash game that's just generally very standard. Where bet fold. Anyway, Ed Burridge recommend a good hotel. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not the guy. Maybe turn it over to the chat crew. Kind Bud's asking me about the good hotels. Not I'm literally the least qualified person, just because I would say just go to like Priceline or Hotwire. Like it just depends on what you're looking for. If you're just gonna play poker and you're just gonna pass out in the hotel, then just don't. You don't need something really fancy. But well, we got a straight here for J Stack. Rory's got a draw to a similar straight. And a 10 pairs here on the end is really, really small pot. So J Stack actually had turned a straight flush draw with his hand. Moose Duty saying the Omni. Yeah, I did the Omni Hotel. What was that? Is that the one I think it is? I think the Omni was the one that I went to for the New Year's Eve party. The lady I was seeing at the time, that was super duper fun. As was she. That's actually was really super. I enjoyed that. Omni Austin Hotel downtown's pretty good. I don't know what the rates are on that kind of stuff, but money's not an object for you. I think that I can literally vouch for. It was very nice. Nobody heard a thing. All right. We got John and Kool-Aid Jammer. What else we got? King 5, Queen Deuce. We got a lot of junk coming to the flop. All right, checked all the way around. Now a flush draw here for Kool-Aid Jammer. As they went all the way here to the river, and it is King 5 with a pair of fives winning this hand. Albert will stack all the money of $12. Keep it moving here on TCH Live. I'm your host, hotel recommender guy, William Shatner from Priceline. Does Shatner still do those like Priceline commercials, or have they faded him out yet? Or did he get canceled too? It's hard to keep track of. Got a raise up here by Andrew with some jacks, and up against Queen Jack at 10-9. So we will pair, second pair here for Ted. Gutter ball here for Jonathan. Andrew's jacks have shrunk, but Ted's either thinking about calling, nope, or raising or folding. Jonathan here with a gutter ball. He has got one out. See Andrew with a pair of jacks. Somebody else folded a jack. Oh, and Ted would have made trip queens too had he stayed. Yeah, he'll show it for some reason, but excuse me. Into deep in LA, are rooms cheap right now in Austin? I really don't know. Since I think some of them are reopening, I don't think anybody's trying to really be a cheapskate as far as what their rates are. I think they've all been kind of what they were. I got my birthday coming up, so I've been thinking about possibly getting one, but I'm like, what the hell am I going to do here? Everything's going to be closed, or I don't want to go to a bar. What do you guys think I should do on my birthday? It's coming up on Tuesday the 30th. Thinking about going tubing. Well, back to the poker action. We got Rory with a raise up here to $10 with some aces. And the aces are going to be up against half of the table here as we've got 5 players to a flop. Good enough flop here for aces. J Stack's got the 9 triz. Shout out to him for that. Flop's bottom pair, but Rory going to check his aces. It gets checked to Andrew, who's got a gutter ball here to a 9. So Rory raises up here to 100 and will chase out. And they'll show it. These guys have been showing a lot of their hands. Not too bloodthirsty of a table. I like your thinking there, Wisco. This tube is awesome. Tie up to a keg. So that's a tough thing. Like you get to this time of year, it's so damn hot here in Texas. You don't like. I don't want to go to a bar. Like it's just not fun, especially here at this point. So like horseback riding or tubing or it's just I've actually thought about horseback riding just as like a Texan activity. If any of you guys can refer me to a good place to go horseback riding with a friend. So I want to just pretend I'm on Westworld. We're all living in an AI simulation because it's not far from reality at this point. Got to be prepared. All right. Game 1-3 match the stack night here. No limit hold'em cash. There will be no PLO. No PLO streaming tomorrow night. We will have 5-5 uncapped. Hopefully with Fireman Scott on Saturday. Some limped. Well, is anybody connected here on this board? Yeah, we've got a couple of players with a pair of eights. Rory, I guess, has the 5 of diamonds for a flush draw. Yeah, a bet of 10 and a fold out. Pretty exciting stuff there, huh? All right. Well, as always, drop us a line here in the chat. Well, I got some limp pots here on TCH Live. Guys think this table's good. Wait till you get out in the main room. We got 1-3 games going on here, 1-2 games going on here. And we could safely say that everyone has to wear masks. So if you were kind of concerned about the games before, where it was kind of 50-50 if people were wearing it, well, now everybody has to, so you can feel a little bit safer. Thank you, Eric. In too deep as well. Gutter ball here for Jonathan, and not much else going on for anybody else. Pair of fours, pair of threes. You guys in the chat crack me up always. Sometimes you piss me off, and sometimes I just I'm like, I am so thankful you guys are here to bring some sunshine into my life. And as always, if you want to get on the list for these games here on TCH Live, you can contact our phone number 512 956 7195. Again, that's phone number 512 956 7195. Get on the list. If you are out of town and trying to arrange something, I would suggest calling the front desk and then asking for Ryan so we can try to arrange up anything beforehand. I know we're expected to have Taylor Carroll next week, who's played at Live at the Bike, has commentated on Live at the Bike. He's coming from Arizona to play in the game. I'm learning a lot about stock options here as you guys are speaking a language I don't understand. Now I know how non-sports people feel like when I start talking about like defensive back technique or hand positioning of a point guard or stuff like that. Some people rattling off financial stuff to me, and I just feel like I'm a I'm a very dumb person. All right, raise up here to 27 by Jonathan with the ace king. Albert also has ace king. I'll say fly, Eagles, fly. Here as we go three ways. Chase stack with a suited 69. And both players will flop top pair, Albert and Jonathan. Let's see Albert check because Ted trying to recover there with the massage from Texas Royal Touch. You can get massage here from many of our licensed massage therapists for $1.50 a minute. Always worth every penny. Every time I got something creaky, my back starts to hurt. I'm pissed at the world. Oh yeah, that takes a load off. That doesn't happen very often though. That's so Albert gonna put in a raise here with this top pair, top kicker. The old TPTK. Let's see if maybe Jonathan tries to come over the top here as so Albert had nearly raised all of his chips in. Apparently not all of them, so we are steamrolling towards a chop, though Albert has got some flush redraw outs. Jonathan needing to avoid a heart to chop this pot up, so it looks like they may run it twice. Just put his mask back over his nose. A 7 here on the first board. That misses, still split, and a heart here on the second. So Jonathan's going to get quartered here as they're going to split the pot on the half of the pot for the, okay, boy, going to have to use my dealer brain here. Yeah, Albert is going to get a healthy chunk of this because, or no, they will just outright split. Okay, Albert is going to be the only person profiting, that is for sure, but board number 1 they chop, and then board number 2 he gets it all. So leading one of our talented dealers, JD is great at that. Let's make sure to tip our dealers well. We're working hard during this pandemic to provide you some of the best service here in the city of Austin, the state of Texas, on planet Earth, period. How about that for an endorsement? If you're watching the archive, you can leave us a comment. Join us here in the live chat with our panel of experts. There's not a problem that we can't solve amongst the best and the brightest humanity has to offer. The TCH live chat crew. Really trying to think about going forward with this is you guys are the best, though. We appreciate you. We've had people that we had John Rice donate money here through the super sticker and super chat function. Again, you can send a highlighted message that can be seen by everybody. Kind Buds and Nick from Yuma both have about another $950 to go to unlock the Super VIP payoff. Do you ever remember when like Drew Carey did that show? Whose line is it anyway? I'll come back to this. I know that's very random, but all right, King here for Albert is second pair for J Stack and Squad Douche for everybody else. J Stack going to show that he has a 5. Albert's going to show he has a king, and that's pretty standard poker there for you. Yeah, what you guys remember, like, whose line is it anyway? And Drew Carey, it'd be like, they would have this contest for improv comedy, and the award was, like, Drew Carey's like, you get to do something special with me. Like Ryan Stiles is going to go have some luxurious dinner at somewhere in Cleveland. Like, I never understood that. Like, why couldn't they just, they could have said nothing and just been playing for fun. Always creeped me out, though. I loved Drew Carey. I thought that show that he had on ABC was legitimately funny. You had Diedrich Bader, you had Ryan Stiles, you had Craig Ferguson. I thought that was an underrated 90s to 2000 show. Now Drew Carey is on The Price is Right, so if you can believe that. Maybe that'll be the dream one day, guys. I host The Price is Right, which used to just be a show for sick kids in elementary school. It's a prime time to watch it. All right, bunch of hands here as gutter ball for Kool-Aid Jammer, gutter ball for Albert. The ace high is still good for Dandy Don. Unless somebody decides to bet here, which it looks like Kool-Aid Jammer is going to try to. And gonna go pick it up, so. This is CR chip counts. Ted, Andrew, Rory. All getting it done here. Rory going to raise up here to 25 with a pair of jacks. Yes, okay, so we've got the $1 white chips. We've got the green $25 chips. Got the black $100 chips and the pink 500s. Don't see generally as much pink during the 1-3 sessions. You generally tend to see it more during our 5-5 on Monday nights. Jack's still the best hand. Again, those are the $1 tip chips. All the chips have to stay in play in Texas. Bet at 25 here with bottom pair. Rory's going to call him down. Here with a pair of jacks. Ted here with the 10-8 suited. Then we got to raise up here by the amazing Jonathan here is going to 3-bet, min 3-bet here to 20. All right, 8s, 10-8, Queen Jack, Queen 3 suited, 9, 7 suited. And just the nuts here for Queen Jack here for Jonathan. Ted pairs up his second pair here with a 10. And Dandy Don has got a queen high flush draw and a draw to the same straight as Jonathan. So we will clear the field to 3 players. That may give Ted some more perceived outs. We do know the 7 would do him absolutely no good. He's going to have a bet and a raise. Don, I think, is going to get chased out of this one. Oh, but he'll call, though. Likes his draw. Kind of a combo draw. Not too expensive, but you see he's going to have to get lucky here. And he will. Does just the nuts. Shoves Jonathan probably feeling the frustration here as he bet 200. Shoves in his last 201. That's always tough because Don probably not realizing he was up against a made hand that could have very easily thought I'm up against a 1-pair hand or a 2-pair hand, maybe a set, but hit the club on the end and got paid as now we've got about 6 players north of 1,000 here in our 1-3 match the stack night on TCH Live. And don't forget on Sunday, $100, $50 mega stack freeze out at Texas Card House. Sunday. All right, just let me indulge you guys for one moment on that. We do have $150 mega stack freeze outs on at TCH. We will return to live streaming those potentially in July. It might even be the following week that we're back to streaming the final table for it. That is, I think when we get the tournament field a little bit bigger, I think that can make more sense to do it that way. So it's like everything else, to be determined, but be on the lookout for that so you can get your Sunday poker fix. Got about 1 more hour left here of the program. Playing 9-handed on our big TCH live table, bigger than our regulation tables. Well, we've got $6 straddle and some calls. Now it's going to be Andrew raising up on the button here with King 8 offsuit. J stack looks like he's going to add to his stack. All right, so we got ace five suited, king eight off, and sevens three ways to the flop. Buzz. Boom. Gutter ball here to a wheel for Albert. Don sevens are good. They'll probably expect the button raiser. Andrew's going to bet it here. INT log saying it's TCH games all 9-handed. I believe all of our games are 8-handed max. I'm not sure when we're gonna get the go ahead to do 10-handed again, but all right, bet a 60 and a call a 60. Go ahead and take it down and show it here to the table too. You guys are talking about taxes on gains here in the chat. You're really getting some good financial advice you may not otherwise get as a financial advisor. I tried to get into that field for once, and it just wasn't for me. No, nothing to do about that one. In log, wide 10-handed. Most places are 9-handed normally. I mean, we have 10-handed cash games before the shutdown. Like I said, we've been mostly 8-handed max. Usually in PLO, like it'll be 9 max, some exceptions, but yeah, I mean we had 10-handed cash games before the shutdown, and since we've come back, they have all been 8-handed. So we got Don here with the suited ace king and a raise. J Stack gonna call here with ace 10 suited. It's top pair here for Mr. J Stack. Ace high flush draw and an over for Delightful Don. Dancing Don for Don Juan. And J Stack here with the min raise back here to 80. And a quick call here by the Don. It just happens to make the nuts. Goes check here on the turn, and then back call here on the river. Don will scoop another pot. Funny times when your Dallas location will be up and running. It looks like late July, early August. We're getting our staffing situated. Finish up the final building stuff here on TCH in Dallas. You You can see the progress video on texascardhouse.com/Dallas. Click the link, learn about Victor, the new general manager. Going on up there. I don't know if Leon was also going up there as well. From our fine TCH Austin staff. The best crew in all the land. All right. Really got to raise up here by Kool-Aid Jammer with a 10-8 suited. Well, top pair here for Ted. Kool-Aid Jammer does have a straight draw to a jack. Some more straight card outs here for the Kool-Aid Jammer out of the big blind. Teddy with top pair again, and kind of surprised he wouldn't go one more way with it. Electing not to call out of position. Guy's talking about Roth IRAs here. Gains not taxed. Tax of 4% on bonds. Effectively, one of that is okay. All right, yeah. Well, stay with us. We still got about 45 minutes left to go-ish here in our 1-3 match of stack session. Can no PLO stream tomorrow. We will have 5-5 uncapped on Saturday. So that should be fantastic. Fireman Scott Delaney right now taking a COVID test just to make sure. He's doing okay. I think with or without him, we'll have that Saturday stream, but all right, we got to raise up here by Rory. Got Andrew, Jonathan all in. Not literally all in, but in this pot. A jack, 9, a jack. Top pair here for Rory. Everybody else has pretty much stone missed this one as probably will whittle everybody out. Keep things moving on TCH Live. You guys like the poker shows? I like the poker shows. It's my terrible Mike Sexton impression. Just love those old World Poker Tours. Mike Sexton on the call for the World Poker Tour. That one dude, the Van Dyke or whatever. Who the hell was that one guy that was the respectable Mike Sexton? All right, we got 8, 7, 4, King Jack, King Jack. Both players Don and Kool-Aid Jammer flopping. Top pairs on the board. Got a bet and a call. Is the entire table going to call the $25 flop bet? Don is the one going to put on the raise here as Albert put out kind of a feeler bet here on the turn. Don going to raise out the other King Jack in this hand as let's scoop the monies. So we got chat pros, we got chat bros, we got people smoking that chat dro. Then we don't pay attention to no chat hoes. No mo's. You see our chip counts there. Got 3 players north of 2,500. Daniel, hey Mike, ask TCH if they will do a chat pro game where we can all come play on the stream. I would actually love that because I will be merciless to all of you. Like, I'm nice to a lot of people, but if we get some of these chat pros that just pop up to troll us, it would be very cruel. I would love it though. Like, I remember this guy said a negative comment to me on YouTube once. All right, we got 8s, 10, 7, Jack 9, Ace 9 suited. Top pair here for Kool-Aid Jammer. Kool-Aid Quentin Jammer, former Texas defensive back and San Diego Charger. Isn't that who he played for? Quentin Jammer. He was definitely a Texas Longhorn, right? Yep, from Bay City, Texas. Quentin Jammer still in the league? He's got to be like 41 now. Oh, we got a straight though here for Kool-Aid Quentin Jammer. I was gonna say last team. Okay, all right. Had to do a Google search. Says Quentin Jammer 41, Denver Broncos. I'm like, there's no way Quentin Jammer's still playing football. Not a chance. That's not the camera. Gabe just happens to be blurry. He is blurry. It's like my favorite Mitch Hedberg joke of all time. But if Bigfoot is blurry. Well, we got a whole bunch of hands mixed up here. And we got a wheel draw. We got second pair here for Ted and Albert, and the wheels go round and round here for Andrew. And Andrew will make a value bet and get no callers. Guys, I haven't asked for it in a while. I do love your support. If you have not done so yet, rear back, ball up your fist, and smash that like button, or use your index finger, maybe use your thumb. You can maybe even use your pinky. I would not recommend using your tongue to lick your screen, but if that's what it comes down to it, please do so. Smash that like for your boy Mikey, your girl Carolyn, and all the TCH2 Live crew. Your support means the world to us. Got a raise up here by J-Stack. Here with some queens. Ted with ace-jack. Off we go. Off we go. Heads up. J-Stack here with the overpair at about a 50. And now here comes the min raise back to better off Ted. And this is like a limit game right now. It's like a 3-bet, and Ted's going to make a frustrated call as he sees he's up against the overpair. Wow. That escalated quickly. Ted does not have any backdoor out, so he's going to need a jack or an ace. And going to run it twice. Board number one goes to J-Stack. He does hit a queen, so that... And going to get a straight on the second board. So unless they're doing it 3 times. Yep, looks like they're doing it 3 times. And going to win all 3. It's a nice hand there for J-Stack. Ted takes a little bit of hit in the armor. Kind of got committed there to top pair, and maybe he was just getting too relaxing a massage, didn't think too much. I think J-Stack didn't quite have so much that it became a fold. So Rory up quite a bit here in this cash game session. Let's see who else or amongst the big winners here. The Cult of Cutshall, for sure, the biggest winners here just by being here in this cash game. Viewing on TCH Live. Mike M., Nick from Yuma. We're just missing Ernesto, a.k.a. The Way. So Andrew is up about $400. J-Stack up about $400. Don about $275. Everybody else down. Ted's down about 1,000 or so. Gabe's down a little bit. Jonathan's down a little bit. And relative to the stakes played, reasonable. It's like 3 in the morning out in Portugal, so I don't know if it's time for the way to vote a TCH Live viewer. All right, top pair here for the Kool-Aid Jammer. bet here as Ted has turned top pair. Essentially shrunk Kool-Aid Jammer's hand as Andrew's got bottom pair. And I'm going to go ahead and scoop the pot. I will be back here in 30 seconds-ish. Stick with us here on TCH Live. Be right back. Quick breather there for a moment as we've got a raise up here by Gabe. Jack 9 suited up against Don's 10s. Over pair to the board, and Albert also has got a Jack high flush draw. Called all the way around as an ace may slow down action here on the hand, but a bet of 60 here by the Gabe. Good card to bluff at. I'm kind of surprised flush draw is not going to try on it, but Gabe trying to recoup some of his losses. He's played, I think, relatively reasonably in this session, so trying to go back on the upswing. Ted has kind of been up and down. Jonathan's kind of been up and down. J-Stack solid. Rory, the big winner there on the right of your screen at seat 9. Down up a little bit as well. All right, bunch of hands here. 10-9, ace deuce, eights, ace 10 suited, 7-3. And the only nobody has paired up. Kool-Aid Jammer had the best hand with a pair of eights, gave it up. Well, actually, excuse me, Jonathan has bottom pair with a 3. Now Rory is double gutted here to an 8 or a queen. Queen obviously would be no good because Gabe would make Broadway. Jonathan value betting now with bottom 2 pair. Way ahead of the field, but will not get any further action. Yeah, I think I don't know, we shut off some of the table mics. They've been a little spotty. That, and I think on one of the other cash game sessions, I've never heard so many F-bombs in my life. And that's excluding me. TCH, when they first opened down south, used to charge you if you said the F word. Boy, I would have gone broke. I've cleaned up my language over the years. I was a swearing machine in my 20s, but if I can change, you can change, we can all change. I think it was Rocky who said those immortal words. Yeah, but I imagine that, yeah, that does sound like funny, though, if, like, you had a house that would enforce that just for fun. Like, I don't think they're just trying to police language, but it's also... It's just a way to pay attention to people talking. Yeah, we're gonna tear down that Rocky statue, too. I've read some scandalous tweets from Rocky. Somehow Gabe with bottom pair of fours has faded the entire field, but Ted is the one that's going to come out betting here. And Gabe, the only player that had a pair, is going to fold, and Ted will scoop up a small pot, so... It's one of the few times you'll see, like, a multi-way 4 or 5-way pot and, like, bottom pair just being, like, the only hand that is good at the end, and, well, it just takes one player to bet it. Alrighty then, we've got nobody with a flush draw. We've got a couple of, so we got a second pair there for Don. Nobody's paired up their ace. J Stack has a wheel draw to a 4. And not much going on for everybody else. You've got a bet 25 by J Stack, call. Bam, 8 of hearts. Big card for no one. Don, you want to pick it up? So I'm going to repeat this again. No Friday PLO stream tomorrow. We will have PLO games. We will have PLO free roll. Saturday will be our 5-5. Uncapped buy and cash game on TCH Live. The great game of Pot Limit Omaha, where legends are made, draws miss, and your top set never fills. The maddeningly awesome, frustratingly cool, and unique game of Pot Limit Omaha on the digital airwaves here on TCH Live. Make sure to subscribe, turn on notifications, so once we hit the virtual airwaves, you're right there to take in some 4-card action. All right, check here between J Stack and Rory. Is King High, the immortal nuts here, against Queen High. Think about it. Daniel says, I'm going to chug my beer, then go to bed. Good night, my friends. It's a great plan. It's a great way to end the day, to be honest. Chug it, chug it, chug it, chug it. I'm just trying to be encouraging here to our chat pros. Also, if you donate, let's see, how about this? If you donate $20 to the Super Stack or Super Sticker or Super Chat, I will send like a 1 minute encouraging message. You got to leave your phone number or WhatsApp or something, but I will record like a private message wishing you good luck. It's only about a minute, or you can request something, like if you want me to wish happy birthday to your like little brother. He's a diehard fan of TCH. Ice is full for the Kool-Aid Jammer. Well, Jammer trying to provoke some action, and he's not going to get it, and not going to show it either. You show that full house there, man. Nick from Yuma, LOL, WTF, Mike. Hey, not all my bits make it or make sense. Just try to segue into using the super sticker and super chat function. And I will not dance. I absolutely refuse. I will not do a TikTok. I will not do lip syncing because lip syncing is not a skill. I'm sorry to break it to you. I don't find you talented. If you lip sync to a Drake song and spin your hands around, like that's not talent. Like it's kind of cool, but it's not. It's the one thing I loathe about this generation because I see it in like grocery stores too, like kids sort of making dance moves like they're on a TikTok just because they're bored. And I'm now old man. I'm old dude talking. Back in my day. Not much to do with that one, so. Down to about our last 20 minutes of the program. Thank you all as much for tuning in. Make sure to subscribe. I say it all the time. Make sure to click subscribe, turn on notifications, especially if you're seeing this here for the first time. We do have highlight reels that drop. We have the Chaz, the Big Daddy Chaz, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone Chaz, the highlight reel put up here on TCH live. Ethan Torres says, what about air guitar skills? Well, I'm going to have to think about that one. This just in, air guitar skills are bull crap. All right, top two here for Albert. Wraparound straight here for Andrew. Second pair for Jonathan. Gutter ball straight draw for Ted. That's right, Gianni. GS is back in our day. We practicing dance moves while watching TRL at home with dignity. That's right. You sat home and you watched Carson Daly give a half-assed approach to caring about whatever artist he was promoting. It's like my favorite Bill Burr joke. And he was talking about growing up in the 80s. It's like, that's not music. Back in my day, if you loved music, you'd put on women's clothes and you sang about the devil. Or something along those. I'm paraphrasing. I can't. I love Burr so much. It's just. This Monday morning podcast is like the inspiration to half of my commentary on this program. And we're going to call here with a straight draw. Still needs a queen or a 7. It's going to go heads up here top. No, I guess Jonathan. No, Jonathan's staying along here as well. Well, that misses. So Albert still has the best hit. And he'll show it there in the top 2. John Beatty. See, I think Jonathan hates having chips. I mean, some people do have that complex of self-destruct. I don't know. It is. You're here to gamble. You're here for action. It's a roller coaster that goes up and it goes down. Kings and 3s here for Jonathan as the best hand. It's going to show it here as nobody else. So did anybody make anything? Nope. Yeah, gets there with the old ace 8-3 suited. But do y'all have any questions? Anything you want to share with us here? Jonathan just going to open shove here with 6s on the button. As it looks like there was a double straddle. Does J-Stack feel like gambling here with 10-9 off? Nah, he does not. So Jonathan will pick up the blinds and the straddles. So what do we got going on here on the cash game session? About 15 minutes left, so everybody on blast and on notice here on TCH Live. We've taken it to the TikTokers, talentless hacks, just out having fun, so I get it, but oh, God, I hate TikTok. Just like I said, being an adult, get Snapchat. David Conduce is still good here for Rory with the old 7 Dewey, and Don tried to put out just a little feeler bet on the end, and Rory raises up here to 100. His king not big enough to feel like calling. So there we go. Is there anything else in modern culture we can rip the way? Ernesto has joined us amongst the all-star chat crew of TCH Live. $12 straddle put out there by J Stack. I think he said he may live up near Copper's Cove. It's not too far away, kind of north of Austin. Got Andrew here with a raise up to Ace Queen. It's a good question, Keaton Argo asking. What was tonight's biggest hand? I actually don't know. Yeah, it's probably a good question to ask is what was the hand of the night, because there's not one that's jumping immediately out at me here at this point in time. There was like an all-in pre-flop, or like all-in on the flop. There's a couple of hands like that, but there's been some decent. The Ace King versus Ace King, yeah, Nick from Yuma. I can't remember if there's any others that really stand out. I think whatever there was a hand that Rory chipped up really tremendously on. Jonathan 3-betting here to 45 with Ace King suited. J Stack getting all loosey goosey. Gonna call here with 8-6 out of position. But here to gamble. Jonathan with a low stack of less than 263. And gonna flop top pair. Gonna play it slow and check it. J Stack may try to bet at it here. Not much to it there. Is Jonathan gonna win the pot? Don't forget to hit that like button for your Uncle Mikey, your Aunt Carolyn. If you have not done so yet. I only ask for one thing in this household is some peace and quiet, the big piece of chicken, and smashing that like button. It sounded like every disgruntled dad in the 80s. Was that a Chris Rock bit about the big piece of chicken? And there's Andrew just flopping the nuts. Get a bet out at 15. Don will call the mini bet. Probably doubt he's going to call anything further. Another really small bet, though, here. and about a 200 here. So Don is actually river at the bottom end of the straight, 6 to 10, and he actually has a decision here. Andrew's bet every straight. It's really difficult to just immediately put him on the ace high flush at this point. So this is not exactly a straightforward fold. He may choose to do so, but and he's going to give it up though. Oh, no, he will call, and we'll see the bad news. I'm sorry. That's a pretty good hand. Don's been pretty tight, solid through most of this. Limp pot going around. Trays. All right, threes, 10-9, not 8, queen deuce, king deuce. All the primos out there. Well, Cooley Jamer has made second pair. And it's just a straight draw for Rory. Beyond that, it is, well, we got Albert returns the lower end of the open-ended straight draw. Gonna have a Houston area player joining us for commentary. As much as I would love to do 8 hours of Pot Limit Omaha talk, it's good to have somebody else who's also knowledgeable about the game joining in for that. Good old give and take. As Albert has made a straight. Kool-Aid Jammer has second pair, no kicker. Yeah, I got to give it up as will not take that little trip to Value Town. Raised up here to 10 by Rory here with King 10 offsuit. Now here comes the 3-bet by Ted, and I think this may just clear everybody out of here. So small raise and then a big 3-bet. See if we got any more action as we wind down the cash game here. 2 more hands. We got 2 more hands coming up here. So we got to raise up here by the Kool-Aid Jammer here to 20. J stack with Queen 6 suited. Yeah, we got an ace 8 and Ted's got cards, so you know he's liable to do something. Nope, he's gonna fold them. All right, ace 8, Jack 10, Queen 6. Top pair here for J stack. Second pair for Dandy Don. A gutter ball for Kool-Aid Jammer. Jonathan with 6s. Trans Aspired says Nick from Yuma and all the poker live streams. That's what I do when if I check out a live stream. I'm like, it's Nick from Yuma there. It's the Cult of Cutshaw there. Not that I watch very many. All right, we got a bet and a call. J stack's also going to turn a straight draw and going to make trip queens. Is J stack the winner here on that hand? It's all right. One more hand to dig into the action here, folks. Benjamin, St. Greetings from Singapore. Nice to have you all back. Sorry you're joining us just so late, but you have a full episode to rewatch, and as that gets posted here to the channel. Limp pot, and we're going to have Ted raising it up here with a 7-3. We have Jonathan re-raising with a 3-bet here to 25. Some 1-3 poker here for you. The kind of silly stuff you see every... All right, here we go. 4 ways to the flop. Our last hand of the TCH live stream tonight. And it is Don with 6s and 8s. Everybody else pretty much missing. Andrew has got a Jack 9. He's going to come out and bet it. I mean, Don might call, but... Don will make the flop call. Well, open ender now here for Andrew, but we're going to go check, and then an 8 on the end. And Don still has the best hand, so he will scoop up the money. So that is it for TCH Live Thursday edition. That appears to be our wrap-up hand. Again, Saturday, we are going to have the PLO stream, 8 hours of uncapped pot limit Omaha with Fireman Scott Delaney. Make sure to subscribe to his channel if you have not yet. Going to catch up on that content. And as you see, our big winners and non-winners here, Rory, Andrew, J-Stack, all coming out ahead. Everybody else either around even or taking a small hit tonight. Thank you all so much, chat all-stars, chat pros, chat geniuses, our illustrious audience. We know and love. Thank you to Carolyn. Thank you to Ryan. We will see you on Saturday, gang. Good night.
I did the same thing, and I thought
I'm gonna get food later.
I said I was like I'm gonna get food on the way, and then I was like driving, and I was like, I can't.
So frustrating.